Hello and welcome. This is Grant Hughes of Grant Hughes Investigates on YouTube. This channel evaluates all aspects of true crime. As you are aware, videos and live streams in this genre often discuss elements of crime that may be disturbing to some viewers. If necessary, take the precautions needed to avoid these feelings. Factual information related to cases is the key to fostering rational true crime discussions. Fortunately, you will find that here. Please hit the like button only once, share the video, and subscribe if you like my content. Thank you very much for watching.
Correct.
Ring around the rosy, a pocket full of pussy.
Huh? It's a house!
You know, that's just one step above stupid. 5 brain cells, 4 aren't working. There's mosquitoes the size of bald eagles in that dadgum swamp.
Well, what's going on, freaks? Just trying to see what's going on here. Yeah. It's weird how there's these certain files that they don't open up correctly. I don't know. They use a weird codecs or something on there. Even YouTube, when you download them, they're not as good as they should be. But how's it going? Thanks, Wendy Woobles. And welcome, Layla, up there. Yeah, it's kind of like, it's kind of strange in the comment sections underneath some of these videos. Some of the things that people say, they're like completely devoid of facts. They think that somehow Kohberger was lying in wait for Kaylee or, you know, whatever, upstairs. How is that possible? That doesn't even make any sense. You know, he got there at 4:08, you know? There's no time for, like, lying in wait. And somehow they believe that, oh, Kaylee was actually downstairs with... Instead of just using common sense, you know? I mean, look where Kaylee was found on the bed, for God's sake. She's back in, on the other side of Madison. So obviously that they were sleeping. You know, it wasn't like, oh, he chased her into the room. It makes no sense at all. Right, well, he circled the house, but they think he lied in wait. But the thing is his 4:08 is when if he had just appeared into the house, that's when the car parked. So, you know, you got another, you know, I think he went into the house at like 2:14 or 4:14 or 4:15, something like that. But it's just weird. And then somebody commented under the last video where they said, Gray, your opinion's no different than anybody else's. You know, everybody else has a right to an opinion. And but on that last video I just made, who said in that video, do you see anywhere in there where it said, you don't have a right to your opinion? And it made no sense at all. And then I saw that there was 23 likes on the comment, and then I just blocked that person from the channel because what that was a troll who came over with, hey, everybody, go over there and say this, and then everybody went and liked it. Okay, that's how it works, right? There's no way in hell, like 5 minutes into a video, you're going to get 23 likes on a comment like that. Yeah, so even though they were a channel member, they were probably... here's the thing. Here's what you know, too. If somebody is like... See how Marcy Gilmore has the heart there? Like a brand new channel member? If they start trashing the channel while they still got the heart there, that means they got their membership for free. All right? That means that they didn't like the channel anyways, and they came in here and stole a channel membership from somebody else who may have wanted one. Hey, welcome. We are their voice. Let's see. Xana went upstairs with Murphy. Then she saw that's exactly what I said that in the video, Victor. Did you watch the video from earlier today? Right. I think it's so obvious that, you know, Xana is going, when, you know, I mean, just watch the video I just put out. I gave the whole thing at the end. I explained it. You know, I mean, there's also other possibilities, you know, like maybe Madison, if she couldn't find Murphy, left the back slider open so that Murphy could come in if he needed to. You know, and then when, you know, nobody knows for some reason. We don't know what time Ethan and Xana got home. I think we've heard somewhere in some document. I mean, originally they were saying 1:45, but that's not true. That's absolutely not a reality at all. Yep. Probably went downstairs initially when the DoorDash arrived. Maybe. I mean, I mean, nobody knows anything like that. It's just, if there really was a dog going up the stairs and somebody going up the stairs, it was not Kaylee after 4 o'clock. They went to bed. They went to sleep. They passed out. You can just tell. I mean, they're both on the bed, and Kaylee's on the other side of Madison. So what did she do? Run in there and just jump over the... I mean, it's just crazy to me. Now, well, why were you unsubscribed because of Karen Reed? Let's see. Can we watch Molly, the DoorDash interview, Gray? Why? I'm not sure why we need to watch that. She just said, I parked next to him, I saw him, and what she thought was Kohberger was the person in the tan vehicle. That one. Right? There was a tan vehicle. But hey, guys, we're still working on the month here. We're at 0 super chats, and we've got 2 members in here. All right, so on the show every single night, we try to raise funds to help support the channel, and at the end of the month, we donate thousands of dollars. I'm really trying to get back to one of those big months that we used to have a while ago. So if you're watching and you like the work that I do, nobody owes me anything. It's just, do you like the show, and do you feel like I'm somebody worthy of supporting? And if I am, I would appreciate your support. And, if not, I don't know what to tell you. I try my best. Well, she wasn't that composed. She was pretty freaked out in the police interview. I mean, she was able to talk. Bethany was pretty hard to hear. Yeah. I don't want it to be one of those other nights though where it seems like at the beginning of the shows I've got to ask 100 times, and then later on I don't, but I don't know what the deal is at the beginning. Maybe Murphy was locked in Kaylee's room, but BK, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know why I would let the dog out. That'd be kind of stupid to do, don't you think? Thanks, Michelle. 8 months. All right. Thank you. And then Paul Marino. The proof of where he parked back there is excellent. He did the cops with that one. Yeah, well, I don't know why they didn't. They should know that the shadow part still bugs me. But
there is excellent. You did the cops with that one.
The light moves to the right, so that's all I need to know. Pretty obvious that the car's turning at that point. Oh yeah, CR got her coffee mug. I was going to show it. I got it on my screen. Here, look at this. And I guess Lisa Valenzuela's ordered a couple too. There it is. Look at that, you guys. How awesome is that? I'm never watching again. But that was a pretty quick shipment, though, man. That was fast. Look at that, right there. See that?
I'm here for the
And the other
consistency
side
and
says,
how much you put into each live. You amaze me with your mad skills.
well, thank you, Marcy. And by the way, what you got to do, though, you have to send in a picture of you holding the mug next to your face, trying to make that face. And then we're gonna judge, and then whoever wins, you know, we get to do like a package of stuff, you know. But there it is. I'm never... And the other side is the Bud Gray. Yeah, so there you go. Yeah, it actually looks pretty good, doesn't it? Hey, thanks Kelly Snyder for gifting 5 memberships. Look at that. We had somebody named Kay Miller on the premiere donate 20 memberships. That was pretty amazing. Now, what's your question, Laura? What is it? Go ahead. It's better just to type the question in instead of saying, I have a question. You know what I mean? Because then I have to find it again. You got lucky that I saw your comment that time. Hey, look at that. Boo sheet, 4 months. Oogla boogla freak. Well, thank you for being an oogla boogla freak. You know where that came from, the oogla boogla? I'm not even sure. Oogla boogla. I think it was a word that I used where it was like, yeah, girl. I don't know where that came from, actually. Hey, thanks, CR, the membership gifting queen. It was. I know that Kelsey Siebert, or German at the time, she said that on that live stream that we did over at CrimeCon. She said, "Oogla boogla," but I mean, we had her say it, so we were already saying it. Yeah, well, we've been getting like 30, 35. We're at 12 right now, Marcy. Yeah, we usually get like 30, 35 of them lately. He had an Instagram account. Huh? Hey, Wendy Woobles upgraded to Oogla Boogla Freak. Man, if everybody did that, man, I wouldn't struggle so much on the live stream. My $1.99 one was kind of a dumb move, to be honest with you. I should have been like $2.99 or something, because everybody just picks that one, and then you know, even though if I have 1,000 subs, it's like, you know, that doesn't make, if you got 1,000 people at the $4.99 one, I think it was $4.99, not that would be, you know, that'd be pretty good. You'd be at like a third of where you'd try to get for the month to be able to donate 5,000 or so. Yeah, but I can't take it away, because when you take it away, every single person that's on there disappears. You know, so how do you do that? Plus, there's people that can't afford. I mean, I like having the tier there. I just wish it wasn't like the default where what I got to do is make it worth having the $4.99. Like, do live streams for, you know, maybe the $4.99 and above or something. You know, different ones. You know, like special things. I don't know, something like that, just to make it so it's worth it. What do you guys think of that? Let's see. TurboCast said, as someone who didn't have the know on this case, you made the case very understandable. No matter what bull happens, always know you're making a difference. You're a good man. Hey, well, thank you. That is kind of what my goal is. I mean, I try to make things where it's so simple And I guess what's weird to me is when you make something really simple and there's still people that it almost seems like it's willfully
Thanks.
not trying to understand to keep their theory going, because sometimes it's so clear. Hey, thanks, Startup Lab. Your hard work is appreciated. Well, thank you. Yeah, so what I'm going to do, I see now I've missed your question that you had up there. You see? Because if you'd asked the question, I never went back and saw your, let's see, because does anyone believe that Bryan Kohberger, no, we don't. No. Bryan Kohberger has absolutely nothing to do with this. And he was not a friend of Bryan Kohberger. And that's complete bull crap. See, here's the thing. I just want to tell you, Laura, I know that you didn't go out and do research on your own and figure out that Bryan Kohberger, you heard some YouTuber, perhaps the clown with the spiders on his eyes, or this Embry whack job, or the UK dipshit. Those people right there, and I'm saying this like actually being kind to them. They are some of the worst people you've ever seen in your life. They're still out there pushing the most ridiculous narratives you've ever heard in your, I mean, just crazy stuff, okay? So, just, I mean, it's weird. I wish I could say, YouTube is a place where you can really trust stuff, but you just can't in the true crime genre. And you might say that to me if you want to, but I try to use, like every time I'm discussing something, it's either something in a reputation article, and sometimes those are even wrong, but we use the probable cause documents, we go through the information, and we use it, and we don't try to twist it to match some theory that you had prior. We look at it, and where does this lead us now? Like, you might have had a theory before, right? Like, you might have a theory at some point, and then once you get this factual information, you look at it, and then it leads you in a different direction. Now, what the other people do is they try to then paint it into a conspiracy. Like, that's how the information was derived, is a conspiracy. And then how do you combat people like that? But there's people out there that just want to believe every one of those people. Yeah. Well, you did listen. You saw somebody on YouTube tell you that, Laura. You didn't find out. Nobody said you're a troll, but you didn't go find out on your own that somehow Kohberger is friends with Bryan Kohberger. All right, because that's not a true story, and I think you heard it on some social media site. All right, let's just be honest about that. Then we'll be able to move forward. All right. Nobody thought you were a troll. It sounds like you just been listening to some really crazy people. Hey, thank you, Tracy, or Ye-Cart backwards. Thanks, Dale Gallio. Let's see. Hi from Wales. Hey, a certain YouTuber brought Bryan Kohberger in as a theory, and she ran with it, and I felt sorry for those who followed. Yeah, well, they a whole bunch of them do that. There was like 3 or 4 of them. You know? Listen, he confessed. He basically, I guess, he pled guilty. That's confessing, and he admitted to doing all of them. Okay, and he also said he won't give up his right to appeal. He just was trying to save his life because he knew that he did it. I don't know where is the other alternate theory on this. Anyways, we are going to open up the phone lines. We'll have to see what that might bring in. And I'm not trying to make you feel bad. I just want to let you know that don't let yourself get suckered, Laura, by there's people out there that are just literally, they don't care what they tell you. It's about how many views they can get. I didn't say you were spreading anything. Laura, focus on what I'm saying. Don't worry about what some other person's saying to you in the chat, okay? Hey, thanks, Victoria H, for gifting a membership. I'm never watching again. Look at that. That actually looks pretty good, doesn't it? I had to get rid of the background. So that white part of the mug is literally the mug, you know, on my face. So there's hair in there. And then art and design was able to get the text in there. I can't remember the full name of that. Let's see. I am... Hello, I am zonked. I was in the hospital, but still made it to work today. Oh, wow. What happened? Been listening on and off day between sleep because I'm still feeling yucky. Well, why'd you have to go in the hospital? What the hell? Look at Kay Miller's in here again. Look at that. Another 20. Can you believe that? Thank you. Very kind, very kind. Look at all those, all the new members in here. How many of them will be trashing the channel the next day or so? We'll be able to weed them right out. I have the heart next to my name, and I bought my... Yeah, well, there you go. See? That's different, Elena. That's what I said. I'm not saying everybody with a heart next to their name. What you do is you look for the person with a heart next to their name, and they're immediately going off the deep end trashing your channel. Then you know that they didn't get it themselves, obviously. But, wow, thanks so much again there. Kay Miller! Let's see. Has anyone said anything about the black bag that was in the backyard? No. I mean, you really think that's Kohberger's black bag? Wouldn't that be a big part of the story? Kohberger left his kill kit there. In fact, we found the, you know, it's just, I mean, it's kind of weird, right? That there's an actual backpack sitting back there. I mean, who left it there? I mean, just in general, it's kind of dumb and weird, right? I haven't heard anything about it. They're just going, they just keep going. Membership after membership after membership. BK would have had to have been a total idiot if he'd left the bag. Well, he's an idiot anyways, but yeah, he definitely... Is that what it's called? Bushit? Shaking the bushes? Is there really a name for that? Okay, well, hope you feel better, Dale. All right, you guys want to listen to this right here? I mean, I don't know what it is. It looks like I recorded... I don't know why this is down here, like my... you know, the it must have been a screen record, but it still sounds pretty good. I got to try to do it with the original, so... I mean, this is like 28 minutes long. It's just Dylan and her. And, you know, earlier today when you guys pointed out that made me feel really bad when I saw, you know, when you see Murphy over here. Doesn't it make you feel bad? Look at it. Like, he's just kind of... Murphy's like, hey, you know, his tail's kind of down. He's kind of doesn't know what the hell's going on. You know, it's just sort of, you know, probably the person he was with the most, probably Kaylee, is just, you know, he doesn't ever get to see her again, but doesn't even know. I don't know, it made me feel bad for him. The twinkling sounds are the people who are getting the free memberships. That's what that is. And it's a sound effect from Streamlabs that comes through my computer. Do you think Bryan Kohberger truly asked if anyone else had been arrested? He might have. It doesn't mean anything. At all. That's actually something another serial killer said too, so maybe he was using that. Well, I know that Murphy you know, Jack, the boyfriend, took Murphy and brought him home. I'm sure he's still part of that family, I would think. Might be hard to look at the dog every single day, though. Or it's two possibilities. You know, you could look at it every day and have sort of these negative, you know, remembering times that you both spent together with Murphy, or it'll be good memories that, you know, at least this is sort of part of her, like a, you know, memory. I don't know. It'd be kind of, it's just sort of luck, whichever one you're. No, it wasn't Ed Kemper. It was the guy with the bass. You know, it's so weird. He's like the serial killer that... Oh, John Wayne Gacy. Man, that's like the first time that I've ever remembered that guy's name. Yeah, what does he do on Instagram? Dogs don't have, you know, there's somebody else that does it. All right, but it sounds better. I think if you listen to, like, just listen to all of this. See what?
Come over here with me, please. Okay. Just give me 1 second, please. I'm gonna get your name and information. Just 1 second. We'll get you a blanket and stuff, all right?
Weird. They must have adrenaline going because they didn't seem to be very cold out there. Thanks, Allie Cake.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, that'd be good for now, and then maybe the big white one gets whenever.
Yeah, the dog wouldn't have done anything at all. It's just ridiculous comments. Get a dog. Well, I have Chihuahuas, man. At least they bark a
I
lot.
appreciate all that you do, Gray. I'm never watching Hung again. Smiley face emoji.
I'm never
Smiley
watching
face emoji.
Hung
Smiley
again?
Face emoji.
I don't know what that means. I'm never watching Hung again. Not even sure what that means, but hey, all right. Never watching Hungover again? Is that it? Welcome, Tara Kolbfam. Let's see. All right.
Actually, you guys probably just
See, what I was looking at was like, I went to, let me show you what I was doing here, just in case you're somebody else that maybe wants to fix your audio. It was something like this. So if you go into the actual, these each one of these, you know, I separated them out. I was editing them out a little bit. But if you go into here and, no, you just right click on it. That's right. You go right click and go audio channels. See, and then right here, there it was kind of like I think it was like this or something. Before.
hang on these whenever. Is that name on the phone square? No, they yesterday. Okay. We would like a blanket right now.
I know, it just, there's all this other sound because they were different levels. So then I tried out both sides, and then you can just. I just picked both on the left side, and it seemed to be
Temporary. If anybody like one?
like when they're.
So I was hoping to.
Let's see. Let me just get the talking.
Crying, and I heard some guy say that you're gonna be okay. I'm gonna help
I mean, look how much clearer that is than whatever the original was.
you. And I kept calling her name, but she wasn't answering. And then I opened.
And then I put the, and then on the nested part, I think it's right here. Now I don't know how to go back to where I was. Maybe it's this one right here. That one? Yeah, maybe that. So when you're out here, then this whole thing I selected and then put a noise reduction on it. Seemed like it worked pretty good. So I don't know. Tonight's one of those shows where it's just kind of up to you guys what you want to talk about. I was going to put a link in the... like people can call in. It's StreamYard though, so you're not dialing in, but you don't have to put your video on the screen of yourself. Just don't select that, and then you can talk just like you would if you were calling on a phone. So there you go, right there. and then I'll pin it. I'm pinning the message to the top of the screen. So you can call in and talk about whatever it is that you want to talk about, all the stuff that we've been discussing. No, Kohberger was not lying in wait upstairs. That's not real. I'm sure it was being sold on one of the YouTube channels out there. They have to try to find something. I'm just going through, looking at stuff, and then thinking, wow, I wonder if, you know, and I back it up with different elements. Now, it doesn't mean it, like, I don't know for certain if when Xana went upstairs, she was bringing Murphy upstairs with her, or she heard something and Murphy was following her, or if that even happened at all, okay? I'm just basing it on the fact that Dylan's saying it over and over again, and she seems pretty clear on other things. So how do you make that work? And obviously, the person running up the stairs and running down the stairs is not Xana, I mean, not Maddie or Kaylee, okay? It just can't be. So the thing is, it's going to be Xana, because Ethan's in bed sleeping. There were 3 people in bed and 1 person moving around, and that's Xana. How do you know, Gray? Maybe Kaylee went downstairs and got... Okay, well, see, then it gets crazy at that point. All right? Everybody, all the sound went over to Xana's room. So how did Kaylee get from Xana's room upstairs past Kohberger? I mean, not Xana. How did Kaylee get past Kohberger if she's the one that ran over towards the bathroom? That just doesn't make any sense, because nobody else ran up the stairs again, right? So somebody went up and then somebody went down. Thank you, Ron Hendricks. Well, we got some people here. Let's see. All right, this is Mike. What's going on? Hello? Oh, wait. Hold on. I got to fix this. Hold on a second. I got to put the echo shit off of here. All right, right now. There you go. Is that better? Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Oh, I guess you left. All right. This Joey one doesn't allow me to do anything with yours, so I'm not sure what to do there. You're going to have to try to come back in, Joey. There's nothing that lets me add you to the stage. It says, yeah, you're gone. That's right. I have this people thing here. Okay, here's one. Hello, Andrew.
Oh, hey, how you doing, Gray?
I'm pretty good. I can see you're driving down. You're driving down.
Yeah, I'm not holding my phone. I got it propped up. Just had to drop my girlfriend off somewhere. But, you know, I tune into your videos a lot. It's the first chance I've got to call in or do something like this. But I wanted to ask you about something specific. A year or two, I think it was last summer, I was watching a video about Kohberger, and I was on my PlayStation, so I looked at to see if he had a PlayStation account, and I found, I can't verify if it's him, but it said Bryan Kohberger, and I looked at the recent activity, and it's starting around, I think, the ending of July, beginning of August, and he was playing these video games like Call of Duty Zombies, if it is him, and he was unlocking these weird trophies, like stabbing people like 10 in less than 5 seconds, stuff like that. I don't know if you'd ever heard anything like that.
I don't think I have, actually. So,
Yeah,
I mean,
I wanted to send it to you.
There isn't more than one. I mean, you saw this before the murders. I mean, the account was doing that before the murders, right?
I saw it before. I saw it November 11th. It could have been 12th. I believe it was the 11th. I seen it November 14th, and then like the 20-something, 23rd,
but you wouldn't have known to look for him, but you're just saying, like, after he was arrested, you went back and you could see that he was doing these things?
Yeah, and his account was completely private. The only way I could see it is because it allowed me to compare, like, my achievements to his, and it was showing that he was unlocking certain trophies at that specific time. It takes like a screenshot of the time and day that you unlock it. So,
Did you ever send that into law enforcement?
I sent it to the Goncalves family. I spoke to them, and they said they would look into it, that they'd only heard about an Xbox. But
yeah, well, the thing is, I mean, there aren't two Bryan Kohbergers with a Bryan, you know.
Yeah,
I think there's just one of them.
yeah, that's just because I know that he had left his Xbox at the apartment when he went back across the country, but I didn't know if it is him, and he might have had a PlayStation 4 and just took it with him back to Pennsylvania. But I never heard anything about them collecting a PlayStation, so I don't know.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir. Yes,
I wonder, but you never heard anything back. You got anything else you want to talk about, or or you just telling us that?
I just wanted to ask if you had heard anything about any PlayStation stuff
No,
other than Xbox.
I haven't. You know, and if that was really something that existed before, then somebody didn't fake it, make a fake account. You know,
that's what. Yeah, I was wondering that, because there was a few other accounts under it, but it was weird usernames, like referring basically people being ill and making accounts and putting like 1113 or 1122 after the name and stuff. So I knew that wasn't him.
Yeah. Huh. Crazy. Well, where are you right now? You at Walmart? I can see something in the background.
Yeah, I am about to go to Walmart in Athens, Georgia.
All right, man. Well,
Yes,
thanks
sir.
for calling in. Thanks for the information.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it.
You have a good one. Thank you.
See ya. All right, Andrew from Georgia. Sounds like Athens, Georgia. Let's see. I heard if it's him. I just got here. I just heard if it's him. Yeah, we're talking about an account on PlayStation that he thought maybe was his. So I'm not really sure what you're laughing about. Let's see. Thank you for the most objective analysis of these murders. Well, thank you. I think we've done, you know, people think it's not being objective if you see the facts telling us an absolute story. And I'm telling you guys that the probable cause document wasn't really just a, you know, probable cause. That document was locked him in immediately. Okay. Absolutely. He was toast. Once you read that, and if those are real, I mean, you know, elements, it's over, you know, but it got worse for him as time went by. Hey, is this Grant? Hello. I don't know if you can hear me.
Grant, you there?
Yeah.
How you going?
Can you hear me?
Hello. Yes.
Yeah, you got to turn off your echoes if you got echo. I mean, you go to your audio settings and turn on echo cancellation. Mine's on, but I don't know if you have yours. But you also you have to turn the show off on YouTube.
Yeah, I've got YouTube open. Sorry, now it's all good now.
There you go.
So, what I wanted to talk about was, well, firstly, just the body cam release this week.
Mm-hmm.
How did you feel about it, seeing it for the first time, considering, you know every square inch of that place, having done the model and been through all these images? How did you feel seeing it yourself personally?
Well, it was like, I felt like I'd been there before, except all the stuff, you know, the tables and things. It was just really easy. I mean, I was kind of proud in a way that my model is so, you know, physically accurate in terms of where everything is. So I like that part, but just looking at it, it was like, you know, I guess that beer pong table was sort of a weird thing, you know, but all the rooms I expected there to be stuff in them, you know.
It's it was like, you know, we've gone through documents and images and all that, but to see it, like, you know, from the body cam gives you a kind of a point of view as if you're there, sort of feel, and it just to be there, it's so eerie and like
Yeah.
Oh, it's just to see it all unfold for both the police and the kids themselves. It really put it in way more perspective than, you know,
Yeah. For me,
anything.
it's like I just kind of. I mean, I get what you're saying. Like, for me, it was more like I was just sort of fascinated with how it's like it's exactly the same as our walkthroughs we've done a million times,
Yes.
except it's literally a real camera on somebody, and you're seeing the real things like the footprints, the especially that first release of images, the body camera. They kind of blocked everything out, but yeah, I mean, they were walking around the house. Um, you just sort of you can feel the horror even in the officers' voices, etc.
That's true. Yeah, I think
You know,
that none.
you guys, whenever time an Australian comes on,
Mhm.
every woman in here, they always go, "Oh, I love the voice. I love it." It's like you guys have to train, like have a training class for um, for us Americans to have the accent so we can be cool.
Yeah.
It's amazing every single
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, when I've been there a couple times, it is when you open your mouth, there is certainly a reaction from people that you look like everyone else, but then you open your mouth and they go like, "Whoa, what's all this?" kind of thing. But
What's all this?
um,
Yeah.
you were talking about the backpack that's left out there earlier. Um, I was thinking about that just before while I was waiting. With the house having no fence and no sort of, it was just open to everything, and then the car park right above it.
Yeah.
I just thought it could be just a student throwing their trash, just to,
Yeah.
you know,
Or it is sort of just weird that, okay, there's a backpack. It looks like it's even seemingly had stuff in it, but I
that's
mean,
true.
but other than that, it's just to go, oh my God, that's probably Kohberger's.
Yeah,
It's crazy. I mean, like that's definitely
that
something he would have gone back to try to go get the backpack that he left outside.
absolutely. There would be way more that they could track him with than just a sheath if it was his whole backpack and everything.
Right.
And but that's the thing you got to deal with. I know you deal with it on your channel. There's always people every time you go on, the ones that jump to conclusions, the ones that aren't even the full Kohberger nuts. They go from, instead of going from A to B and using evidence and, you know, being able to prove something, they go from A to D or A to F. Immediately it's his, or immediately this has happened, or that
Mhm.
person is involved. I just,
Yeah.
it drives me nuts. As I said last time I was on, it just, you try. I've been to a couple of the channels. Of course, I won't mention them, but you try and correct a few people, but it's like talking. It's like you're talking a different language. They just don't.
Yeah. They don't
You
want
can't
there to
talk
be.
them out of anything, and I just give up. But.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, if there's people still going, he's innocent. How could they have ever been convinced by anything at some point?
Yes.
You know what I mean? It's impossible. Um, I do notice I got a lot of Australian people that watch my show, but then there's a lot of Australians that hate my show. So is there anybody in between? You know,
I
like
wonder. I think there's been a couple. I've seen a couple Australian flags on. Like at least one member I've seen with an Australian flag there. So there's obviously a couple more people around.
there's a ton. There's a ton of Australians that I see in here. Lexi Staff is one.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I mean, there's a whole bunch of them. But then there's these ones. I mean, I think conspiracies are sort of is that a big thing in Australia for some people?
I think we're, in a lot of ways, as the years go by, we're so Americanized these days that
Right. Yeah.
we're all just a smaller version of what, America is all big and loud of everything. We're the kind of smaller version that kind of follows your trends. And I think there's certainly the same kind of nuts that believe, I mean, that say stuff, you might as well say the aliens or the mafia helped Brian do it, or, were involved. It's the craziness is off the chart.
Oh, it's crazy. Yeah. Miriam Ravens said, "Oi, oi, oi." Yes, she's one.
Yeah, Aussie, 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 oi. That's like a chant that we do at sports and stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll let you go. But thanks, you're doing a great job as always, and keep it up. Thanks very much.
Well, thanks. I feel your pain though with the nut job pro burgers. All right. All right. See you later.
See ya.
I have got. Hey, if you guys are out there, if you could please help support the channel, got to have some big nights coming in at the end of the month to get the goals going. All right, here we go. All right, who's this? This is Joey.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're getting all guys calling in tonight.
But can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You had to turn off your.
Wow.
You have to turn off your video in the background though. You can't watch.
TV. The video. You can see my video. How do I turn it off?
No, I don't see it. No, you gotta turn the volume of your video off because it'll just keep feeding into your microphone. There you go.
No.
Yeah, just turn the volume off on the video.
Oh shucks, what do I do? I don't know what to do.
Well, where's the video? Where's the video playing on your TV?
On my TV. Let me turn it
just
off.
turn the volume down. No, you just turn the volume all the way down.
Okay, got it. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, that's just like what else on the radio when people say that.
Okay, I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
All right. First of all, I love your show. I love all that you do. You're very inspiring because you're very passionate about true crime and particularly this case. So I have to give you a big thank you for all you do for this particular case.
Yeah, like this is one that's been really interesting to me. You know.
Yeah. So a couple of things I wanted to say, and one of them may be, something that's well, obviously this case has it captured the so many people, and weirdly, I feel that this is one particular case that you guys need to continue to keep alive, and we need to continue to put out as much of the videos and images as we can. Although they're saying, "Oh, we really shouldn't see these true crime images, or they're blurred out or whatnot. We need to stop saying his name." I believe the more we talk about this case and the horror of what took place, rather than continuing the gag order in a way, we need to expose this, because what's happening is while he's in prison, what we're doing is we're reminding the world of just how horrific and how wicked these crimes were. And I hate to say it, but he escaped the death penalty, and I think it's important to let his fellow inmates be reminded of who their neighbor is, and let justice take place. I want to hear what you have to say about this. I think it's important that this case continue to stay alive, and that we expose as much as possible about the horrors.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of other there's cases out there that need to be covered. I mean, I was thinking of doing Donna Edelson, but I'm just kind of like, I mean, that one we went through the probable cause. It's just so obvious. I'm not even sure. It's not a mystery. But this is a case that it was going to go to trial, and then we'd all hear all the evidence, and we would have been able to figure out everything, and then it would have gone to, possibly would have got the death penalty. But instead, he pled guilty, and we didn't get to see anything. So anytime anything comes out in this case, I'm definitely going to be covering it as well as I can and trying to put it into context with all the rest of the information, because I in my time as doing YouTube, this is one of the like 2 or 3 cases that was really interesting to me. This one, the killer, this isn't like the normal shit that you see. I mean, Rex Heuermann would be pretty interesting, but serial killers are different. That's what this guy would have been, but he, I guess he could have been a one and done, but his actions were like a serial killer, just killing for the sake of killing somebody. And that's just really bizarre, and they're hard to catch because there's no connection between them, And so I don't know. I agree with it. Also, like, I mean, I'm not sure I would do the videos so that somebody in prison would hear it and get more angry at him. That's not really that wouldn't be the point of why I would cover it. You know?
I have a question with as we're getting to know in a way Bryan Kohberger with what's being released, particularly his handwriting, the red hands in the cell. We're basically observing someone that is, in my opinion, just really mentally ill. I believe that this guy is although he has psychopathy there's so much OCD, there's so much other stuff going on that when I see him cleaning his shoes in the cell and carefully putting it on top of the monitor cage, and I see his handwriting and the complaints he's making, citing Peru and the neighbors, I see a very sick boy who calls his mother 3 hours before the crime.
Well, why would you want then why would you want him to get justice in there if he's mentally ill? I think he's all fake. I think it's fake. I don't even think he's got OCD. I think it's bullshit. I think he knows that was, you know, once he was seen separating his trash, it was something that he got used to trying to sell. Oh no, so that's what I would normally do is separate my trash, everybody, because I've got OCD. Look, everybody, I still got it. He's still got to keep selling that in case there's a chance somehow miraculously some judge overturns something. He's got to keep selling the OCD angle because at some point, let's say by some miracle, he gets another shot at something. And they go, well, for the last 5 years, you haven't had OCD at all. You know, so he's got to keep that going. I don't believe that. I do think he might be autistic, though. I think,
yes.
Autistic, psychopath, autistic combined. We were looking that up the other day, and it was pretty interesting.
Yeah,
perfect.
You came up with that, and it was perfect. There's almost like a idiot savant where he hyper focused on this. First, it was heroin, right? Now it's like serial killers, and then it'll hyper focus. But what makes him what makes his illness and his psychopathy very malevolent is he had it when they broke into his house, and he was, he was with handy bags in the kitchen. He had a loaded gun in his room. So this is someone who is very malevolent. This is a very wicked illness he has, but it's different than Bundy. I mean, he should be studied. Yeah. This is very different than a Ted Bundy.
Why do you keep calling it an illness? Like you keep calling it an illness. Why do you keep calling it an illness?
Well, I work in the forensic field. I gotta be honest with you. And when I observe his behavior and I see his handwriting and I see his relationship with his parents, I see someone who has a criminal illness. I see someone who is mentally ill. He has no real. He's never had a girlfriend. He's almost 30. His father drives him like a child to go to college and tells the neighbors, "Hey, my son's here. You want to make friends with him? Could you be friends with him?" The family were aware of that he was not well. He had this. It was almost like he has an emotional illness as well. When he was young, he was overweight. It was almost like emotionally he dealt with his whacked out emotions that he couldn't manage by overeating. Then he went the other way. Then he got into boxing, lost the weight. And if you read the first book that came out, he sewed all his skin because he had hanging skin. He actually sewed himself back together again and then became this avid runner. And then he got into heroin, and the father put him in jail briefly to try to teach him a lesson. But the one who seems to really have his number is his sister. His sister, there's a social worker and an actress. And his sister, the social worker, who they both lost their jobs, she seems to really had always felt like he did this. When he came home, he had the father.
There's the actor sister, right?
There's an actress, and there's two, and there's a social worker. They both lost their jobs.
I don't remember which one it was. But you know what? We don't even know if any of that stuff is true, because the prosecution said that none of the family members were going to be of help, and it just seems like a lot of the stuff that was in some of these specials turns out not to be true. So we don't know.
What about the Papa Roach? How do you feel about Papa Roach? I feel like
Papa Roger. You mean Papa Roger?
Rogers. I'm sorry. Yeah, Papa Rogers. How do you feel? I feel like that that's him.
It's just Roger, but yeah, it's with no S at the end. Right. I don't know. I don't know if because they actually. I've been hearing stuff lately that it wasn't him. They weren't able to do that. figure it out, and it turns out it was some, I think this Asian lady somewhere that just used that account and they've determined that. I mean, it's kind of weird. I mean, I thought at first I didn't think it was, and I thought it was, and then now I'm not sure again. I have no idea, but that's what I've heard from a few people in the know, that it wasn't him. Interesting. Right? Yeah.
I mean, how could someone look exactly like him in a profile meme avatar and talk about?
Yeah, but I mean, does it look exactly like him? I mean, I mean, to me, it sort of looked like him. I mean, but it didn't. To me, it didn't look exactly like him. I didn't go, "Oh my God, it looks exactly like him." It looks similar, but
at this point, wouldn't the person just expose themselves? Wouldn't they? I'm Papa Roger.
Yeah, you seem like you would come forward. I mean, you would think somebody would come forward and say, "Hey, I was the person that was Papa Roger." Maybe somebody has done that, and they'll be coming out at some point.
And wasn't he shut down the day, like before his arrest? It wasn't that shut down? Didn't he, like, wasn't the whole account just shut down, pulled down? I think the day before
they said, like, once he was arrested, he didn't post anymore. But some people said he did post, and then a lot of people focus a lot on the thing about the sheath. And to me, when I thought about that, the K-bar knife the K-bar knife was mentioned in the news like within the first 5 days of the murders. There were stores that were being asked if they sell those things, and it got out there. So anybody that like a person that knew about fixed blade knives might go, well, how would they know it was a K-bar knife? Right? So then their deduction would be, oh, they must have left the sheath there. And that's pretty logical. It's smart. But it's actually something that if somebody was just sort of thinking logically, would have come up with.
Another thing that's mind-blowing to me, and why you hear me repeatedly citing what I deem to be his very unique illness, is he was pulled over multiple times by the police for various car issues, whether it would be speeding or not obeying the rules. And after he commits this crime, and I think you're right. I think you nailed it. I think Xana was walking a dog back upstairs and just accidentally like blew his whole plan. But he took off and squealed wheels at what sounded like 100 miles per hour. He is doing.
He was only going like 35, but that's really fast in that little small confined area. Usually they were going about 15, so it looks normal, but he was just absolutely flying around there. And plus he didn't squeal his wheels. He just went fast around the corner. I didn't hear any squealing on the audio. I just heard him go around the corner fast. And then people say he almost hit somebody. I didn't see anybody that he almost hit. Did you?
No, I just know. Wow.
Yeah.
But whether it be 35 or whatever, the bottom line is the prosecutor said he almost lost control when he took that turn.
Oh yeah, that's way too fast for that area. I can just tell you, I've been there. You got to kind of drive kind of slow in there. But he goes flying around, and he zipping through there, and he went way faster, like double the speed that he was going on any other time that he went through there.
So anybody could have, the brazenness of it, it wasn't like he just casually drove off. So although he thought he had thoroughly planned everything, he took off and bolted, and it's just
because that's what the video I made the other day was about. It's like he was taking too much time at the car, for the blood spatter mitigation, and then he just had to gun it to get out of there. Had he gone right to his car, he might have driven out a little bit slower, but he couldn't do that.
What is your theory then about when you talk about the blood mitigation, right? I guess you're basically claiming you feel, and you're probably right, that he changed clothes before he got into his car, because there is that period. You came up with this.
Changed clothes. I think he took off the Dickie suit from whatever he had, and then he sort of slid that off, took it off with the gloves that he was wearing, and then sort of rolled himself out of it, kind of like nurses do, and then just sort of stepped out and then put that into a plastic bag, and then maybe took the gloves off, then put that back. I mean, I don't know the exact order of it, but there's a precise order you can do it and stay almost completely uncontaminated. So he had to do all those things, but he might have been in such a hurry that he felt like he didn't quite do it quite right. So that's why he spent a lot of time cleaning his vehicle after the fact. But he was taking too much time and just had to get the hell out of there.
Now, when you followed his route, on the route he took after the killings, does he cross state lines rather quickly? So if a cop did pull him over in Washington rather than Idaho, it wouldn't have been a major problem for him because the crime would not have been alerted to Washington State. Was the state cross line pretty close to where he committed the crime?
Well, I mean, it's like not the way he drove home. He didn't cross back into Washington for like 35, 40 minutes.
Wow.
Because he drove way down south and then kind of cut across. Yeah. And then he went up Highway 195 back into Pullman. But I don't, if he'd been pulled over there, I think it kind of just depends on if they found anything in his car. But I generally, he just would have been pulled over for something like speeding or, I mean, I've never seen anybody, though, be pulled over. I mean, this guy got pulled over 4 times in like a 3-month period. That just doesn't happen.
I would not compare him to Bundy, but the irony is Bundy basically got busted every time for his screwed up driving. Even when he escaped the second time into the woods, it was his bad driving that would get him arrested every time.
Yeah.
So it's crazy.
Yeah.
What do you think is going to happen to a Kohberger in prison? What is your theory? Do you think he would? Do you think he was going to be killed, or do you think he's going to his OCD and everything? He won't be able to handle. He'll figure out. He'll create a way to take his life because he won't be able to live a life.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Any structure.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, I don't really. My main theory would be if he ever got put in the general population, it probably wouldn't work out too well for him. I don't know what it is. I don't know what. I think it's just one of these things. I mean, you look at somebody. What is he? 30 years old, and he has to go for, 40, 50 years. I don't know what he's going to be doing. At some point, he's probably going to want to be able to communicate with other people. It's really a strange thing. I mean, if anything bad happened to him, it wouldn't make me feel bad or anything. I'm just telling you that. But I'm not out here trying to promote, hey, somebody in there, you should go do this and that. I just want to figure out what the hell happened in the case, like how it all came about. I mean, I think we're getting more and more details, especially these new documents of like how things were going on that night. We just don't have a lot of stuff from him. What behind the scenes, what was he doing? We have some of that, but not a lot. So,
do you think he would open up? Do you think he would open up to this Professor Rosalind? Do you think he would confide in her for a book and spill the beans?
Well, if he can do a book or something that would help his parents out, or I'm sure he would do something like that. His family, because they've kind of gotten. I mean, I feel bad for his sisters. It's like. They lose their jobs because I think that should be illegal almost. I mean, I don't even get that. Like, what do they have to do with him? It's bullshit. But, I'm not really the dad and the mom, not really sure what they knew. It's just one of those things where I'm just not sure what the dad seems like he knew something on those drive back.
Oh, wow.
He kept changing the narrative of being pulled over to the Brent Kopacka incident every single time.
Yeah. Well, thank you for all that you do. You run a great show, and please don't let this story go away. Keep covering it. You're doing a great job.
Well, thanks. As long as there's information to cover. All right. So thanks for calling in.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks. All right. Have a good one. Yeah. Thanks, Anonymous. Thank you, Esther M. And let's see. Got to go back to this screen over here. How come there's nobody over? They're not over on this screen. Oh, way up there. Okay. At SRM, enjoyable to have a call-in night again. Yeah, yeah. The only problem is when we do the call-in nights, you guys don't support the channel anymore. It really just kind of fades off. I don't have the notification thing isn't on, so you're not going to be interrupting anybody. But I need your guys' support when you're watching the shows, just like I always say at the beginning of the shows. All right, there's no difference. So when we do the call-in shows, we got to make it so they're about the same. Hey, thanks Anonymous for gifting a membership. And there's Kim. I have compassion for, yeah, me too. Yeah. And, you know, I have a little for the parents if they didn't know, but it just seems like the dad is a little, I don't think he knew that Kohberger was going there to kill somebody. I just think he might have been aware and thought maybe his kid was, I mean, we had people that were his teachers that thought that he was possibly the killer. I mean, so you don't think his parents might have thought that? You know, oh my God, they're looking for a white Elantra. Our kid drives one of those. He's over there, and we know he's a little off, you know? Let's see. The mom doesn't really, I don't even know what to make of the mom. And I don't even really care that much. To be honest with you, really all I care about is Kohberger and what he did and trying to put all the pieces of the puzzle together because we didn't get to have a trial so we could all hear everything. And by the way, we're probably getting more stuff now than we might have got at trial. Like, I don't even know if we would have been able to see some of these photographs on the screen. Yeah, we got one of those slow ones going here tonight, Alley Cake. Started off pretty good, but if you subtract out that one, we'd be having a tough night. I did a PhD with week-long Zooms with my supervisor. Huh? Yeah. I mean, I got the photographs up here on the screen again. Maybe there's a certain point where I should put down who's, I mean, I don't know why it matters whose car is whose. It just seems like everybody wants to know, and I never have the answer because I know the Jeep is Ethan's, but and the Range Rover, I guess that would be this one is Kaylee's. But other than that, I don't really care about that kind of stuff. I go for the parts that matter a lot. Hey, look at that. Sharon Indy is now an Oogla Boogla freak. BK will not last very long in prison. Yeah, if he gets out there. Thank you, Stephanie Sprague. That's We Are the Voice, their voice, and then Stephanie Sprague. Yeah, I don't think he was Papa Roger. I thought he was, maybe. I mean, I've gone back and forth on that. You know, and especially since Dateline. See, Dateline, I don't even know if it's almost like you got to go back and, I mean, everything that they said, take with a grain of salt. I have no idea what was, I mean, almost everything that they said that was like really interesting seems to have been completely squashed by the interviews and so forth that the prosecution has put out. Have you guys noticed that? It's a little weird. All the books, everything. I mean, how did they all have this source that had everything wrong? Or is it possible that there might be a connection and the FBI has that information and they haven't shared it with, because they want to have their own case, because I think they were thinking if Kohberger is found not guilty or something, they have a whole nother case to keep him in there because they know he's the killer. That's how sure they were. Hey, thanks to girl. Welcome, Grant. G'day, mate. You notice when I say it, the girls don't go, "Oh my God, Gray, your voice." I respect you and your belief, but I believe he is pure. Well, you can believe whatever the hell you want. It's not a belief I have. I've been told that it's not him. Let's see. And I don't know what the answer is because I don't know, so I don't have a belief in it. So I don't need you to say, "Oh, I respect," with all due respect, I believe. I mean, nobody cares, okay? Hey, no problem, no problem. Hey, Gray, do you have a nice voice when I'm not mumbling? Thanks, Deidre Gambrel. What? Hey, Juror 13. What are you saying there? I can't even understand what you wrote. Does anybody understand what this says right here? What in the hell does that even mean? These unalivings. Wow. By BK still bring tears to my eyes. Unaliving. Huh. Yeah, we don't do those words over here, you guys. I know what you mean by it, but we don't use just childish shit like that. The fact that people started using this, like the stupid clown with the spiders in his eyes and all the other lunatics out there, we don't allow stupid crap like that. It's called murdered, okay? That's what the term is, all right? That is absolutely what the word is, and we will not allow those on this channel. Thank you very much. Now, you can say killings, homicides, murders, however you want to word it, but we don't say unalived and all the other crappy, stupid trigger bunny terms that everybody else wants to use, right? And I'm not blaming you. I know that's a thing out there. Okay, we just don't do that over here. No, it's not against anything. I use the word murder in every single show that I do, and I think YouTube is probably trying to realize that. Wait a minute. So, in the true crime genre, we're banning words that are used every single day. I don't know. I haven't had a problem. I say it all the time. A lot of times I say homicides. Hey, is this Stephanie? Hello, Stephanie. I hear something in the background, Stephanie. You got to turn off your TV or radio or whatever the hell you're listening to. Yeah, but you don't even lose monetization on it. I say it in a lot of my videos. I mean, you can lose monetization if you say it a lot, but Stephanie, I can see you're there, but you're not saying anything. I'll just leave you on the stage when you feel like talking. Yeah, go ahead.
No?
I can hear you, but you got to turn off the audio of whatever. You just got to use your phone like a phone, not use you can't listen to YouTube or anything.
Oh, okay. I do have earbuds in. I don't know.
Just shut down the YouTube video. I feel like I can hear it. Not anymore. I can't hear it now.
Any better?
Well, it sounds like you're in a sleigh or something.
It's not Christmas yet. It's not Christmas yet. Hold on. Right, how about I try not using my earbuds? Maybe that will be better.
Hold on one second. Hey, Juror 13, don't feel like that. That's just something. If you've been on my channel, we make fun of the words like that all the time because it's been used for too much time. Just don't worry about it. All right. And you can keep using unalived if you want. We just laugh at it over here. Okay. All right. Anyways, there you go.
Well, hi, Gray. It's so nice to be on the phone with you and all the freaks. My biggest thing recently is that since the video came out of when the police arrived, which is heartbreaking if you're a human being and have emotions, my biggest thing is people still questioning the surviving victims. I don't understand it. I don't get it. I don't. I don't understand how YouTube can allow even people to re-victimize them by the videos that they're posting. You know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just it's like, well, that's the only thing they've got. So I mean, it's like, how do you not continue on selling the same story, because that's all those people ever believed, all their viewers. So they got to keep coming up with new angles on it.
It just makes me think that there is more people that we need to worry about than I ever thought. Because if you could believe that, and also at the same time, not only believe it by the followers, but be able to post that, like, I'm worried about your mental stability and what you could do as a person. Like, what, you know, like, if you think that's okay, like, maybe, you know, we should watch out for you. Like, what are you capable of?
Yeah, I mean, it's just it is weird. I mean, I think there's just so many people in our society now are just conspiracy nutters. You know, that's just what it is. You know.
I don't know.
But anyway, here's the thing, everybody. I just want to say something before we move. Keep talking about this. So a minute ago, we had somebody in here. You know, they use juror number 13 said unalived, and I always do the same thing when somebody uses unalived. They go, I don't even know what that means. We don't allow those stupid words because you know, nobody's talking about her. There's just people that's been spread around on YouTube that you got to use these weird words, and I know there's certain YouTubers that tell people they got to use these words, so they've sort of trained all these people to use the word unalived, and I think it's sick, right? But we have these trolls that follow along, and if I ever talk a certain way somehow, they jump into the chat and make these specific comments. There's this whole community of people who hate me. They actually hate when my channel's doing better, so they really come in a mass and try to disrupt the show on a daily basis. So when you see them out there, you guys just ignore them. All right, so there you go. Back to you.
Well, to me, that's just people trying to have control over words when they have little control over their own lives. They just jump on a chat and, you know, you have to feel bad for them, you know?
Yeah, what's weird is their obsession with me. Like, it's almost like they have a picture on the ceiling of me when they go to sleep. They get up in the morning, they get the little bowl of Cheerios, and they just, you know, open up a video really quick. Ooh, I can get them on that one. Ooh, I can get them on that. Ooh, ooh, ooh. And they're just so excited on a daily basis. Why don't you live your life?
Maybe you can monetize that. Start selling posters that you put on your ceiling with a target around your face. So that
something like that, I guess. I don't know. It's just weird.
No, it's just like kind of scary when like things like that. Even it's just another. It's just another example of that. It's scary how people
exactly
how their thought process is, and you know, like, you know, sometimes okay, they're hiding behind the screen, but where does it go from there? You know?
Yeah. So it's the same types of people. See, anybody out there that, let me just say this right now, anybody out there that thinks Bryan Kohberger is innocent and he's being framed at this point, you have a severe mental problem. Like there's something absolutely wrong with you.
1000%.
Unless you're just sort of intentionally playing the game, which I think these YouTubers are doing, because they know that there's enough of those lunatics and they're feverish about it. So they'll just keep showing up and be really excited about it. And they don't ever challenge them. It's just wild. I mean, one of the YouTubers said after he goes, well, you guys, it looks like he did it, but I don't think he acted alone. And then his viewers got so angry. He goes, then he made a new video and he said, my job is to prove he's innocent. Oh, God.
Oh, my goodness.
What a just embarrassing, you know?
But that's the scary part is like when you're speaking of a YouTuber, okay, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. But what about the volume of followers that think that? That's what's scary, you know? Like
No,
when
it
they
is.
have
Like you see, like,
thousands
yeah,
of people
42.
that think like that.
Right, you get like 50,000 views on a video that talks about how the roommates did it, and you look under the comments, and there's 2,700 comments, and they're all like, "Oh, you nailed it, man! Oh, this is it! This is it! This is it!" And it's that part's scary. That's the part that is scary, right? Because I make a video
It's
really
scary.
accurate, do something, I get 15,000 views and 300 comments, and then an absolute nut job makes a video that is complete garbage and gets, crushes it. I mean, it's amazing.
Yeah. But also give yourself credit though, because I mean you've had made appearances on Court TV, you have been on other programs, and that's a big deal, whether maybe you're not getting as many as views that you deserve or not, but you're going on credible news sources and giving your opinion and showing your work. And I mean the clown's not going to be on there, the UK's guy's not going to be on there,
Right.
So
Yeah, well, one of the things, like, they've asked me to be on there 3 times lately, and I didn't want to go because they wanted me on for like Adelson and also another case, but I've done both of them. But the thing is they want me on for just sort of a filler thing to talk about something. I don't. That's not what I want to do. I want to do, like, here's something I came up with. Look at this, right? Look how this is pieced together. You see this? Ding, 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 ding. That's what I'd like to do. I don't want to be one of the talking head types that fills in a slot.
Yeah, it's kind of like feels used a little bit, like, oh.
I'd rather do my show than to do that. But if you want me to come on to explain something that I came up with, like you watched my channel and you saw that I came up with something, then you want me to come on and sort of talk about that, or being like, if I'm an expert on a case, like the Delphi case and this one, I don't mind being brought in to, talk about elements, but I don't know. It's kind of
well,
weird.
you had mentioned, I believe last time, maybe not last time, but a previous time that you were on Court TV, you had even said like, oh, well, let me show you, like, I have this, and they just didn't allow that, and it just kind of hindered, the point, like, for you at least, the point that you were on there for, like. But I guess that's what happens when, you're a big corporation. You got to follow, whatever rules someone puts in place. And they didn't think of it, so they don't want someone else coming on showing like, oh.
Well, you know what does suck, though? I mean, they did do that for me, like a couple times on Court TV. I mean, one time in specific, when the 1330 Linda Lane footage, they're the only channel ever to even discuss that stuff. And me and Vinny talked on the phone for 30 something minutes about how it all plays out. And then their producer came on and we worked through the whole thing, and we got it so that when I was on there, it was almost as if I was on my show. But what I always wonder is, why don't they let me, because I have the ability, I have a camera, and then I just join on camera, but I could actually share my screen on the same camera, and they could let me show the stuff, but they don't let you do that. There's some kind of a thing.
It's definitely, I'm sure, some like legality,
Yeah.
like not being able to control exactly.
Who knows what might pop up, right?
Exactly. Yeah. They don't, there's a bunch of crazy people out there, so you never know.
Yeah, one time I was drinking my iced tea during one of the breaks, and they go, "What are you drinking? What are you drinking?" I go, "It's my iced tea." Do you guys think I would drink a bucket? I mean, look at this thing. Like, I mean, about 17 ounces of whiskey just staring at the screen. I wouldn't even be able to talk,
See, I'm too sarcastic. I would be like, a bucket of whiskey is what I'm drinking. Like, just to be like, okay, like, what?
Yeah.
That's
funny.
But also I wanted to mention too, I just had it in my head. I wasn't expecting.
Do you have crickets? Are there crickets in your background?
Yeah, can you hear
That's
them?
what
Even with my earbuds on?
I think that's what the sleigh was, because it sounds a little bit
I'm
different.
so sorry. Yeah, there's definitely crickets. Is it too much or?
No, it's kind of cool now that I know that they're crickets.
Okay, I mean, I could tell them to be quiet, but I don't think they're gonna listen.
Give it a shot. Clap your hands.
Excuse, rub my legs together. Isn't that what they do to make the sound? Or
I guess. Yeah.
I don't know.
What was your other thing? The thing you were going to say?
Yeah, I just lost my train of thought. I know I just logged on when you guys were talking about Papa Rogers. I just find it very, I know it was said that it was discovered that it was definitely not Bryan Kohberger, and forgive me, I forgot her name. She was in touch with them. She's also awesome for Law and Crime. I think it was her. I can't think of her name on the top of my head, but anywho, what are the coincidences of it not being Bryan Kohberger and it's some female that is able, like you said, you know, the style of knife because it would have a certain specific sheath for it, whatever. But
they were looking around.
The profile picture, though.
I don't know. To me, the profile picture kind of looks like him, but it doesn't look like an AI version of him. You know, it's thin nose, but
I think even just his actual profile, like nose and everything, and I feel like when things are too coincidental, like I would believe a hacker hacked into that account after he got arrested versus it not being him, which not to be like being conspiracy theory or whatnot, but
I just don't know. Like I'm just saying, I used to think it wasn't him, then I thought it was him, and then I thought now I think it isn't because I've heard from 2 or 3 different people that it was some like 50-something-year-old female, someone else. So who knows? You know, I mean,
if the 50-year-old female, she doesn't need to come out, but I would.
They just said that there was no connection. Like even law enforcement, they said they couldn't find anything.
They also said that he didn't stalk the victims, and I think we could all come to the conclusion that there was stalking done, but maybe not legally provable. You know.
Yeah, well, I even think that too because of him driving around all those different nights there, they just couldn't find anything like digitally. That's a direct connection. I don't know what they mean specifically by that, like a connection between the two, because I think you have to sort of have a back and forth to call it a connection. But
yeah, I think that's what you were saying. Yeah, but I mean, unless a woman's profile is that and is of that age, like, and why would that person? I mean, I get it, but like, why would that person not just be like, hey, it was me, done. You know, I don't know. I don't know. I really think it was him. And then wasn't that Papa Roger also, besides knowing certain things about the crime scene, which, you know, if it was not him and it was this, you know, woman that none of us have ever met or, you know, seen anything, it's just hearsay. Why were they so combative? Why were their responses in chats very Kohberger-esque, if that makes sense? It's like, you're wrong.
Yeah, they were kind of like that. There was a lot of things that seemed like, you know, some of the ways he answered were almost the same wording that he had in some of those questionnaires and things like that. So I don't know what the answer is. That's just what I've been told.
No, we're never gonna know.
It wouldn't shock me. I mean, maybe the FBI has the answer.
Yeah, and the FBI. So I don't believe that. I don't think that the FBI could still prosecute him and get the death penalty. I think that's not true, right?
If what now? I had to type something.
I'm sorry. I think that a lot of people are like, oh, you know, the FBI can prosecute him for these deaths because of.
Well, they were going to do him for
stalking.
They were going to get him for stalking charges, apparently. Like they had a backup plan.
But doesn't that seem weird too? It's like, okay, so couldn't get them on stalking in Moscow, but federally we can get them on stalking. Like, it's just a little weird. I don't know. That's my opinion. I'm not trying to start any issue, like, you know, just trying to listen to my crickets and Gray Hughes at night.
Gray Hughes Investigates. Yeah, that channel. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But no, I appreciate the time. I have nothing more to add. I definitely appreciate it.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to do I mean, when I do the call-ins, there's people typing in stuff, and then I'm talking, and it's kind of like, you know, it's hard to manage sometimes. But I guess what I should do is just ignore the chat, I guess. Maybe
I mean, at least maybe when I'm talking with you. No,
you're way more
I'm
important.
I'm kidding. I'm so kidding.
No, but I followed you pretty good. I'm just saying in general, sometimes it's hard.
Yeah. No, I don't envy your position. I couldn't do it. You know, I'm good.
Yeah, cool. All right. Well, you know, I guess maybe we will get the answer on Papa Roger, because there's no S at the end. At some because his name is Elliot. Because his name is Elliot Roger, the other person. There's no S on his name. So
yeah, I'm not sure about that connection either.
Well, no, but that's what that would be. Papa Roger is associated with, if that is Kohberger, he's saying that like Elliot Roger is the father of, I think that's what he was meaning. Some people have a different meaning, but like he's saying Papa Roger is the father of incels. He's the hero of all of them, and that's why you would have that name. And so that part's sort of interesting too. If it's not Kohberger, you know, it's like, wow, how did
why would a female think of that?
Why would you think of putting Roger on the end of the name? You know, what's weird though is I did I think it was 5 days before he was arrested, I made a video comparing the killer to Elliot Roger. So I thought that was a pretty, you know, I was ahead of my time, man. We didn't even know who the killer was. I just thought the killer seemed like maybe he's an incel type, and it turns out that that's exactly what he was. So.
Well, I may have to disagree because only an incel is involuntarily.
Well, yeah, I mean, he had chances where he could be.
He was more like voluntarily. So is there like a new subgroup?
Well, that's what I've said, but I think he's sort of like that, though. Like he thinks of himself as he's involuntary celibate with the type of women he wants to be with. See, that's what, because I think even Elliot Roger could have been with somebody. He just picked, like he had his aspirations to the most beautiful blondes that exist. So of course now he's voluntarily celibate because he's not going to be with anybody.
Just anyone. That's true.
Right. So I think it's sort of the same thing. Like they're involuntarily celibate with the people that they think they're worthy of having. I think that's kind of how it is.
They can't see past themselves. Like they have such a standard that they can't even see past themselves to like, because they hold themselves so high that it's like, I don't know. It's weird. The whole thing is crazy. I feel bad. I feel bad for the surviving victims, like I said in the beginning, for them to even still, I hope they stay off any YouTube or social media of these disgusting human beings that we have to live on the same earth with. Thinking that they were involved is just disgusting, and sometimes I think like it almost even plays into these people's, there's other people that have fantasized the same way, because I don't understand how you could not see that he's done it, or you know, like they're messed up. It's concerning.
Yeah, it is.
It's just.
Anyways, hopefully we find out answers to these little things. I want answers for I mean, I don't need answers, but it would just be cool.
The knife sheath. You want to know?
Yeah, the knife sheath, but where the knife is, and the knife, and when did he leave it there intentionally? But I want to know, like all the information of the why. I want more of like what made, how did he pick this house? What was the real reason? Because I think the answer is going to be just absolutely like, hey, I mean, if you really asked him, it'd be these girls represented everything that I hate, and I went in and killed him, or killed her. I think he went in there to just kill one, and the circumstances led to all four people.
I'm starting to lean towards that way as more information has been coming out. I wasn't feeling that way at first. I was thinking he was on a rampage and he was, going in there and he was just going to kill everything in sight. But as more information is coming out, I do believe that you may be correct that there was just one target and then things went awry and it just went.
I mean, you can tell by kind of how it went, like he goes up to Madison's room, Kaylee's in there, she wakes up, starts fighting with him, and then there's noise or whatever. And maybe Xana heard some noise, but it wasn't something that freaked her out. And she's, oh, they're awake, I'll bring the dog up, or whatever, however it worked. Goes upstairs, and then now there's another set of people, and then you go to the room, and oh, there's Ethan. So I think he attacked Ethan first in the neck and leg, then went after Xana. Maybe it's kind of because you'd want to take care of the guy right away, just like Danny Rolling, one of the people he studied, did. That's exactly why he did that. He went after the guy first, so he wasn't a threat.
Well, wouldn't it make more sense if we think
he may have attacked like
Xana
that
being chased down?
He's all in the room, but he might have like kind of blocked her in and went over and just quickly jabbed him in the neck, and then after
went back,
immediately goes to Xana and attacks her, and then goes over and cuts Ethan's leg so he can't move if he somehow wakes up or something. I don't know. It's just kind of
totally
odd.
makes sense. And that's the hardest thing. I think human nature is wanting, when it's us normal freaks and not actual like crazy freaks, human nature, we want to understand why someone could commit such acts. And also we want to understand, well, okay, if you did this, like, why them? We have that in our nature of why. And I don't think the bargaining chip of the death penalty being taken off the table, I don't think we're really ever going to know why. And I don't know, I'm not siding with Thompson on the sense of like, we couldn't know if he told the truth. But like you had said, and other people have said, you could have easily said, where's the knife? Where's the clothes?
Right.
And it would be easy to be like, okay, he's telling the truth about that, but
you need to have one
table.
like that would be one element. They needed to get one thing from him that would prove that he isn't confessing wrongly or something, right?
Absolutely. And it would be the knife or the clothes and
right, something like that, something that only he would know, and we didn't get any of those things.
No, and the families didn't get that either, and maybe some of them didn't want it because sometimes not knowing, you could find peace with that easier than knowing, but it's just, the whole thing is unfortunate, and it's just it's just a reminder to the rest of us that we to be alert and really keep your circles small, and the people that are in your lives, appreciate them, and to protect yourself as much as you can.
Yep. So, all right. Well,
all right.
I got somebody on hold over here now, so I gotta go get that one.
Okay. Awesome. I'm gonna like re-listen to this with my voice. I find it so annoying. It's such a Valley Girl voice. I can't help it.
It's not bad. All right.
All right. Thank you so much, Gray.
Bye. We have what do we have in here? It says, why would he leave Dylan? Why do you need to have the answer to that, Cookie? Maybe there's some reason, like he thought he was there was a dog barking, and he didn't have time now. He thought maybe somebody might be calling 911. He doesn't have time to get into another fight with somebody else. All right. So he wanted to get the hell out of there, and that would have put more blood on him and all this kind of stuff. And he needed to get the hell out of there. And no, Dylan and Bethany have nothing to do with anything. All right. All right. Excellent. Glad you agree. All right. Here's Christopher. What's going on? I got rid of the video portion. I don't know if people want their videos on there, but what's going on?
Yeah. So I'm a new person that just recently found your channel.
A freak? You're a new freak? That's what we call it.
Yeah. So yes, and I've enjoyed the content quite a bit. You're sort of a breath of fresh air. There's a lot of smoke around this case still. One thing you might find interesting is I'm a retired assistant district attorney from Memphis.
Oh yeah? Oh cool.
And one thing I want to correct. I've already seen some chat about this tonight. And your last caller just mentioned this, is that about a possible federal prosecution.
Mm-hmm.
So federal courts and state courts have concurrent jurisdiction, and that means that it's completely separate. So a federal court could still prosecute Kohberger for the 4 murders.
Because he's crossed state lines, right? Yeah.
Yes, exactly. That's all that's necessary. So an assistant, so a district attorney, for a federal district attorney in Idaho or Washington could take charges to the grand jury, seek an indictment, and he could be prosecuted, and he would be, because of the nature of the crime, eligible for the death penalty under federal law.
Wow. So does he, let's say for some miracle, let's just pretend, I mean, this is like 1 in a billion, but like somehow a judge overrules something on appeals, and he appeals, and then the whole case is thrown out. Could they do a federal case still against him, or is that another bite at the same apple of the?
No, they still can. See, the only thing that would prevent that is if he had gone to trial in Idaho and been acquitted.
Oh, that's what I meant to.
Yeah.
They even say he's been exonerated, not exonerated, but acquitted. So that trumps a federal charge too. Like it's still a second bite.
Well, a judge could not acquit him. A jury could acquit him in Idaho.
A jury, okay. So only.
So what would happen is that if he tries some kind of crazy Hail Mary appeal in Idaho,
mm-hmm.
and even if he did find a judge to accept whatever theory he's got, what would happen is that the guilty pleas would be overturned, and he'd go back to square one, and the judge whatever judge was assigned to the case would just do what the judge did before. He would set a trial date, and he would set different deadlines for the case, and it would just go forward again. The problem is, and I don't think a lot of people realize this, especially the pro-burgers, is if that happened, he in a new prosecution or in a federal prosecution, his guilty pleas and his testimony under oath that he committed all these crimes can still be used against him.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, it would be suicide for him to do that.
Yeah.
Because
but who would actually, if you didn't do it, give away your right to appeal? I know you can still kind of appeal, but most judges would look at it, well, you gave away your right to appeal, and they would kind of look at it would really affect the way they looked at it, I would think.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And another thing that I like to see, that I hear from these pro-burgers, is that obviously they always like to say, obviously it couldn't be just one person that committed all these crimes, or he could not have acted alone. you know, and the response to that is that if that's the case, and he knew that there was somebody else involved, it would be malpractice for his attorney not to use that as part of the deal. In other words, his attorney could say, well, we've got this information that these other people are involved, and we'll give that up if you give us a better deal. Say, for instance, not life in prison, but
Right.
40 years or whatever.
Yeah.
So that would have happened if there was somebody else involved.
Yeah, and he basically got the absolute worst thing you could ever get other than the death penalty. I mean, he got like, that's the only other option, because basically what the judge, or not the judge, the prosecutors did here was they said that, well, by some miracle in the penalty phase, if it was like 11-1 and he got, they weren't able to decide on the death penalty, he would have got life without parole, but then would be able to appeal. So they actually took away that. They basically went to that level and then took away the appeal right. So I don't know if there's another level other than that, other than the death penalty next, right? I mean, isn't that about the worst you could buy? I mean, so it was a pretty good deal, but what I don't like is that they didn't get anything that would, in the future, if he did somehow get somewhere, that you say, look, you're the only one in the world that would have known where this knife was. That's Bob. What do you think about that? That they didn't get that, at least something like that, or just some element? And why not just have them sit down and tell everybody? Why? I mean, even if it's a lie, let's hear what you're saying. Go ahead.
Yeah. So that that was a possibility. I think that, but I think, as you've mentioned before, I think Bill Thompson wanted to wrap this up.
Yeah.
And not drag this out. And he wanted, hate the word closure, but he wanted closure for some of the families. Because, granted, I mean, if there was a trial, the evidence was very strong against him, but there's no guarantee that he would have been convicted. There's no guarantee that there wouldn't be a hung jury. All it takes is one person. And the trial itself would be a months-long, arduous process for the families.
And years and years of appeals.
Right.
And so that's the part that I totally get. Like, I'm not one of those people that's overly, like, I'm disappointed dramatically. I think the judge should have got some piece of factual element out of it.
I agree, but because in some other cases, sometimes you see where the state will agree to the plea if they'll say where the body is.
Yeah, there you go.
That kind of thing.
So why not say, Kohberger?
They could have asked him, what did you do with the murder weapon, for example?
And he would just say threw it in the river, and you wouldn't be able to disprove it if he couldn't, even if he couldn't.
Right.
But at least he said something. I don't know.
Right. It would at least be his version of events.
But I would have only like stipulated, I think, if he had said something, or like accepted it, if he said, if he gave me something like
that was verifiable
proof, because we don't want to convict an innocent person. I mean, you might be falsely confessing, so we're only going to have to. You need to give us something,
Exactly.
Yeah. So, have you been following this case since the beginning?
So, I kind of took a break from it because of the pro-burgers and the crazy people. It was kind of I didn't want to hear that. I mean, I followed it in the beginning, up to the time that they arrested him, and then I kind of thought, well, I'll just start following it again whenever they get a trial date and it comes close to trial, and then I can get up to speed on it, and that's kind of what I did.
What we try to do on this channel. So, like, even when, like, way back at the beginning when the probable cause came out, when you read that, it's so damning. I mean, I don't think people really understood the the weight of just even that. Usually it's probable cause. Oh, we just need to put 51% in there, make it more probable than not. But man, the pieces that were in there, the wide launcher driving around, and then DNA on the knife sheath of a guy who owns that exact type of a vehicle, it's just so bad. I mean, it was and then it just got worse and worse and worse and worse and worse as pieces of information came out. There was never one time in this case that one single factoid came out that was helpful for him. Yeah, isn't that weird? I don't remember one thing,
Yeah, and I don't believe, I can't really recall a case that, to my memory, where a defendant's vehicle is on so many video tapes at the same time, completely tracking his movements.
Yeah, well, what's interesting about him is, so in that area, there really isn't a ton, though. It's like they've got one on an A&W, kind of driving into the area. And before that, he was on 3 houses on Indian Hills Drive, but just kind of far away, but not really far, like a mile. And then he's A&W, and then he drives by the Ridge Road camera, and then he drives by the 1320 Linda Lane camera. And then after that, the rest of the 50 minutes that he's around there, it's just the 1330 Linda Lane camera that's behind the apartment complex, and then the one on 1112 King Road that literally has like 60 clips, or 40 clips that are all him coming back in and around and stuff. And then there's one other one on Paradise Drive showing him kind of doing U-turns and stuff. But it's kind of shocking how few people actually had cameras, And I bet you he didn't even see the one in the complex at 1112 King Road because it looked like a light. So he didn't even think that it was a camera. So, yeah, that thing locks him in. That camera, man, what a nightmare. That thing for him,
Yeah, it's kind of surprising that he didn't realize that was a thing.
Yeah. I mean, especially, but I think he was just, he thought, oh, it's I got to do it. He was just going to do it that night, no matter what. One thing that's really kind of strange that, there's this other camera, the 1320 Linda Lane, that shoots out towards Taylor Avenue. And what's interesting about that one is like it shows the car drive by at 3:29:47, just as it's about to go down and then pull into the complex for the first time. And then, there's an online 5 hours of this, and the only time there's a whole segment missing, and it's from 3:30 to 4:05, like exactly the time frame that you would want on there. And I mean, literally the exact time, because apparently he drives by it again at 4 o'clock and 4:01, because that's when he drives by Ridge Road, and there's a picture of his license plate. So, but they didn't mention that in their surveillance timeline information. So it almost backs up the fact that video is literally missing. But I did ask for it in a FOIA request, so let's see if it does exist. We'll see.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see.
Yeah.
But one other thing is, so I know you don't follow the social media around this case, probably. I know you say you don't follow other YouTube channels.
Yeah, I don't actually. Yeah, I don't.
But one thing that I have noticed, I'm on Reddit pretty much, and been following this case on Reddit. One thing that I have noticed there, and in some of the online, the YouTube comments, is that the release of that body cam video has kind of pushed back a lot of the people against the people that think that the surviving victims or somehow involved.
Yeah, you would hope so, but there's just some, oh, look at the way she's, it's just crazy. But yeah, I think it does peel off a lot of people. I think even the 911 call when it came out made some people question what they'd been thinking. And now it's just really obvious, right? I mean, they're outside. And if you're still sitting there blaming them, my God. I mean, every night that I do the show, people come into the chat and they go, how come Dylan didn't call 911 or something? And it's like, nobody knows. I mean, the reason she didn't call 911 is they didn't really realize the magnitude of what was going on, and really kind of didn't want it to be anything greater. And the thing is it doesn't even matter why she didn't call 911, because they're not part of the murders. You know, they wouldn't have saved anybody. It wouldn't have done anything. You know, so it's just, I don't really understand the constant haranguing about that nightly, every day.
No, and as you pointed out, it was really a blessing in disguise, because you can imagine if Dylan and Bethany had gone upstairs to investigate right after it happened, they would have just completely lost it.
Oh, I don't even know what they would have. I think one of them might be would have been in a hospital. I just feel like, you know, my God, I think it would have been so traumatizing that they wouldn't have been able to deal with it.
Yeah, because Dylan seems to be the more sensitive. At least that was my impression, and it would have really affected her tremendously.
Yeah,
I mean, because you heard her, you heard her at the impact statement.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
how difficult that was for her still to talk about.
Yeah, she was just barely could get it out there. You know, it's weird. Bethany on the 911 call, she was the one that struggled the most. I mean, it seems like Dylan was able to get some sentences out and words where Bethany is really, I don't know. I mean, she didn't hear as much as Dylan did, though. Dylan, I think, heard basically, you know, she even said in this outdoor interview that you could hear almost everything, you know. So, you know, she heard stuff, but she wasn't sure what it was that she was hearing and didn't want to know. I mean, I don't know if, do you really want to know something like that? Like,
right.
Oh, let me go walk into a room and see if something really bad happened. Because then once you do that, your fear is realized. And then what do you do now? You know, so you just sort of, some people just choose to kind of go into a different mode and hope for the best kind of thing.
Yeah, and I don't know if you may know more about this than I do, but I kind of got the impression that Bethany was not as close to them as Dylan was, and that Bethany may have kind of kept to herself. I mean, she said she always locked her bedroom door, which is smart because she's right next to the front door that the lock supposedly doesn't work that well. But so you know, she was kind of already settled down for bed when this happened.
Yeah, I think they were. Well, all of them were. Every single one of them was in. I think everybody was in bed, sleeping except Xana when the whole thing started. Like when Kohberger enters and makes it upstairs, and you know, what's weird is we don't really know. Like I said, Kohberger goes upstairs, so. You know, I'm not even sure Dylan, when she heard something that sounded like playing with the dog, that was even the attack now. It almost feels like it was more silent up there. There was some sound, but it, you know, I don't know. She did say it sounded like somebody was playing with the dog, but when you hear these new interviews, we don't really hear that. We hear her saying that somebody walked up the stairs with Murphy singing. She thought it was Kaylee. And then when they got to the top, they go, oh, somebody's here. And they ran back down. And you could hear these heavy footsteps, which sounded like Doc Martens, but Xana wasn't wearing Doc Martens, nor was anybody else in the house at that time. So that would have to have been Kohberger chasing somebody. So that's sort of interesting. I don't know. I just wish someday we get the whole picture given to us somehow, just so we know. Because I always like to just put the whole story together, and then you can kind of let it rest, you know.
Yeah.
But we don't even have it at all. So
yeah, so I do think that someday, after sitting in that prison for however long period of time, I think that Kohberger is just the kind of person that just can't resist making a play for notoriety and getting his version of what happened out.
Yeah, he might get it out, but yeah, I mean, like they say it would be self-serving. I mean, I guess, you know what? Here's the thing. You'll know it's true if what he puts out makes him look really bad. That's what I would say.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you think? Like, I mean, the thing is, when people, it's always got a little bit of a rose color. Hey, look at I did it with this is what really happened. But if it makes him look like a monster, I think then you can kind of believe it.
Yeah. So, it's kind of like, when they finally had Bundy, and he kind of wanted to do the same thing. I don't know if it's like a confessional type thing or whatever, but if I remember correctly, he was pretty forthcoming.
Yeah, for a lot of them, I think there was some that he didn't want to admit to, so he never told anybody. But I think he did confess to a lot of them. I mean,
right,
20 something, I think. Yeah, somebody wanted me to ask you in here. I mean, I know you're not like you're what were you? You said you're assistant prosecutor,
assistant DA in Memphis.
Yeah, DA. Yeah, so. I'm not sure this is like up your, the alley kind of thing, but they was like, hey, do you think, because I have a theory, I'm not married to the theory, but I think there's a good chance that he left the knife sheath there as a calling card. Like he literally thought, and the reason I think that is because like it didn't get knocked off in a fight or anything. As a theory is that because it's so clean, the whole knife sheath there was no single source DNA on it, except on the underside of the button snap, as if he had made sure it was all clean and he was going to leave it there. And, he goes home after the murders and he gives his little thumbs up, like, hey, would you really do your thumbs up if you left something that important at the crime scene?
Oh, I agree.
So, I don't know.
I think that's the case. I mean, it just doesn't make sense because he seemed to be so careful, covering his tracks, as far as everything else went. I think you were spot on about how he took time by his car after he had committed the murders to make sure that all the bloody clothes was off of him. Everything that that would have been any kind of evidence was bagged up and put in his trunk, I guess. And because like you said, he had a bad luck of getting stopped by cops.
Right. Exactly.
All the time.
Yeah. So that's the thing, so.
And he was, I guess he was fortunate that the Moscow police was not patrolling in the area at the time, because if they had seen him speeding out of that neighborhood like that, he definitely would have gotten pulled over.
Yeah, and the thing is he chose to go back that way because anybody coming into the town likely would be coming from on Taylor Avenue. I guess if you were coming from the police station, I mean, if you were patrolling those back streets, he could have blown by somebody. But I think he realized once he gets back there, he's in a pretty good position because, I even bet he went back there and sort of monitored how often that those back areas were even patrolled. I think the police usually patrol the college area because that's where the problem's happening.
Yeah, we do know that he liked to listen to the police scanner on that app. So he would know what, I guess, their activities were or what their routine was at night.
Yeah, if he was using and a lot of people keep saying, oh, there was cops patrolling right at that time, and they weren't. They stopped. They left that area at 3. They weren't in there at 4 o'clock in the morning. But I don't know. It's just, like there's no fact that can't be twisted by the Kohberger crew. It's just every day. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, he knew. I mean, he picked the perfect time to do it. I mean, because if anyone that's had kids in college, I mean, you know that 4 a.m. after a football game, and after kids have been partying and stuff, that's the prime time that it's going to be dead as a doornail.
Yeah.
Because that's plenty of time for everything to settle down, for people to be just starting to go to bed. The college kids, and not early enough where it's going to be light. And people are going to be that do have jobs are going to be up and starting to go to work.
Yeah. And it's interesting. I just was reading in the document today. I missed it the first time, but in one of the documents, Dylan, I think somebody mentions that one time when they all came home one night, their back door was open, the slider. And that's something I hadn't read. I've heard the other times where like the lower door was unlocked or something, but this one was that the slider was open. And then I was wondering, Kohberger, they say that 4 times he turned his phone completely off, even turning off the Wi-Fi and everything. So there was 3 other times. And I think that on one of those other 3 times, or at least all those other 3 times, those were probably other times that he didn't want any future discovery of where he was. And that would have to be something really significant, I would think. So he probably went into, I bet you he might have gone into, so here's the thing, he would sit around on a Saturday night, everybody goes to these functions. So he probably would get there at like 10:30 while they're all getting dressed and watch. And he'd be out there in the back, and then he'd wait for them all to leave, and he could see through those windows, and he'd monitor and walk around. Then maybe on one of those nights or something, he literally went into the house and kind of scoped the layout. What do you think?
Yeah.
It's possible, you never know.
Right. And if if one of them came home early, he could just say, well, I thought so and so lived here. I guess I had the wrong house, and leave. And they probably wouldn't think a thing of it.
Yeah, exactly. You'd just be wandering out. Oh, I thought this was a party tonight. Just some stupid comment. I mean, we used to get into parties by going, hey, this guy named Jim said we were supposed to come in here and go to there's always a Jim, right? Like, oh, Jim, that guy. Yeah, he said come in. We're just going over here to get this one thing, and we just mumble and get into the party. It was like the dumbest thing in the world, because everybody there is drunk too. So they're accepting your stupid story that you tell, Let's see. All right. Well, do you have anything else?
No, that was it. It's great talking to you.
Yeah, that was fun. Maybe you could call in when we do other cases. This is just one that's picking up a lot of.
I definitely will. And I don't know if you got any more views today, but I kind of hyped you up on Reddit.
Yeah, I got some big haters on Reddit too, in the whole community of it. But at least I appreciate that.
You have some admirers too.
Well, thank you. I'm glad some up there.
You got some good comments. Yeah.
Okay, good. I'll have to go check it out.
Okay.
All right. Appreciate it.
Well, have a great evening.
Well, thanks, Christopher. I appreciate you calling in. Have a good one. Bye. All right. That was pretty cool. Yeah, I like that. That was interesting. It's cool to have somebody in that world. I mean, not Kohberger's world, but the other side. All right, hold on. Hello, is this Ashley?
I'm Gray.
Hello, you ready?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, you got to turn off your audio somewhere.
Okay, let me turn it off. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so anybody calling in,
I drank water and it just like went up through my nostrils and I was like, oh my God, like
that's TMI, man. That's TMI.
Right? So first of all, I found you through Court TV.
Oh, cool.
And I really and I live in LA, and I've been just like in the behind the scenes, just kind of like looking at all your footage and everything that you've done, and admire your dedication and your time and effort into everything that you've put in. And I am just like completely blown away at the fact that everything that you've done does not go unnoticed. Although it may seem like some do, but in LAPD we have what's quote unquote like a murder book. So and I mean, I was, I've been out of the business because of medical reasons, but I was, excuse me, a part of it for like 25 years, and you are incredible. And I really think that you need to know like how certain people might find you maybe controversial, but I
Yeah.
think that a lot of other people who know and who are behind the scenes find you incredibly intelligent. And I don't know how you have not taken your intelligence and, you know, gone further, because
Yeah.
you have
Well,
literally like a lot of a lot of answers that I needed, answers to. Like, I mean, I just go to your channel and I'm just like, wow, like you've been there, you've done that, you've dissected it piece by piece. I've never been down there. I'll be honest with you, I've never been down there, but you know, I mean, excuse me, chronological record, the crime scene, like, crime report, and just like everything, like all your time and dedication, like that takes a lot, including your software to pay
yeah.
for
No,
that.
yeah. No, it's crazy. Yeah, it's like a lot of work and everything. What do you? I mean, when you say you work for the police department or something or something, or when you say you have a police
Yes.
report, okay.
Uh-huh. LA Sheriff's Department. I had to retire early for medical reasons, and
You
I
weren't
worked for it for
inhaling
25
water.
years.
You weren't inhaling water down the wrong pipe for all those years, were you? Like you did at
I'm
the beginning.
sorry.
I was just thinking you at the beginning of the show you inhaled water, so I thought
Oh, no,
maybe that's
no.
what.
I drank water, and like when you drink water, like sometimes it goes down the wrong pipe and then it comes out through your nose.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
as I was waiting backstage, I was like, "Oh my God, like let me go ahead and clear my nose," because I had been waiting backstage for a while because I was really interested in the guest you had on earlier. So I was drinking water, and then I was just like, "Oh my God," like it just came down the wrong pipe at the wrong time. Um, so I'm just mesmerized at how long you take at making sure that you provide like accurate, analysis
yeah.
and everything like that. Like even the vehicle, like just all the reports that have been made, and you tend to combine everything, and it kind of upsets me, the fact that some of these other channels are not, they don't put in as much effort as you
Well, they
do.
just kind of turn on the screen and start talking. I mean, tonight's. Well, I mean, I have stuff over here we were going to look at, but when I thought, well, we could do a call-in. That makes it where it's not as much. It's hard because you got to read the chat and then do the show and
Of
everything at the same
course.
time. But I try to do shows. I do. We sometimes we just read when we do other cases like cold cases. We just sit there and read like 20 newspaper articles that were written at the time. Go through those, map everything out, put it all together. So we try to do stuff in a way that the same thing on every case. But sometimes you don't have the information on all the cases, so you have to rely on newspaper articles.
Well, I mean, I don't know what or how how your involvement or, like how you find out everything, and you actually went over to the crime scene, and then you sit there and spend probably thousands of dollars on software.
Well, yeah, like the Adobe, the one that does the 3D animations, 1,800 a year. The you know, and all the other monthly, you know, I got Flight Radar, I've got the, you know, the scanner audio, you know, I pay for all those ones, Broadcastify, Adobe Premiere, you know, the Adobe Suite, the Office Suite, you know, blah, 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 blah. It just goes on and on and on. But
and
anyways,
then you give away money. You literally take money from your own pocket and you give
yeah, like you guys are
away.
all supporting the channel, so it allows me to keep doing, you know, survive basically, and then I give away thousands of dollars, hopefully every month. I mean, the worst month we ever had was 1,000, which was horrendous for this channel. But you know, we've done usually it's like 3 or more for sure. So it's been pretty cool. 256,000 since January 2020.
That's awesome.
Not bad.
And you know, like, we have to take into account, like, you know, like you do like a chronicle, like you know, I mean,
Timelines.
you chronological record, right?
Right. Yeah.
Like
Timeline. Yeah.
a crime scene log, you know, I mean, you do all that, property evidence reports, you know,
Well,
like
I just
you
get like,
do.
well, I get like FOIA requests. I don't have, I mean, we just get all the documents. Anytime I can get a document, I just go over those and then try to add to the overall picture. And then I think what my channel does differently is like we just look at the information that's in there and use common sense and, you know, just regular, just logic to reasonably speculate in a narrow window with the facts, you know, directing the speculation, not, well, let's just speculate it's some random, you know, name that I'm going to pick out of a hat. You know, we get
Right.
that a lot in these, in true crime.
I think that my main call and for waiting was to like identify the fact that you don't, you know, you take the time, energy to just like literally take so much time to go into all of this. And I've seen the videos where you slow down everything, you know, you put everything into perspective. My husband and I are in law enforcement. And then when we first saw this, and then everybody just seems to just like go with the flow, even if it's another, News Nation or whoever, is even KCAL9 over here in Los Angeles, they just run by it, but they do not take the time to like put into perspective. Like even my husband and I, we were like kind of like, okay, like when did he leave? We saw the dateline, we saw, like we
Yeah.
were really invested. And
Yeah.
then I'm like, okay, like whose channel do we turn into
Well, I
to get like
totally agree. I think some of these guys, these big networks out there, they don't even know what's important. They just know, ooh, here's a cool soundbite. Let's say it.
right.
They don't even know how it fits into the puzzle or anything. And I think that's what's really frustrating for people like me. It's like we take the time when a new piece comes in, where does it fit in? And then you put it all into the picture. And, people that have been on my channel watching this whole time understand that and realize it. They see it. And they know the case is better than 99% of any of the other people watching the other channels. It's just the truth. I mean, that's all I can tell you.
It is all day long. The truth is the truth all day long. And even like I said, us being retired law enforcement, like, who would we like? My husband is like, this guy gets a bad rap sometimes. Like, why?
Yeah,
Why?
people don't like me because sometimes I'm, like,
Did you ask for
well,
money to
yeah,
support?
yeah, that part. So I go, hey, everybody can support the channel. They also say it when, like, if I'm, harsh on somebody making a comment or something, like this whole thing about today with the somebody saying unalived. We always make fun of that term because it's just like I know where it all started and how it spread around, and I think it's actually, and they use other words like what's the one that they use for sexual assault? It was something like they were, what's the word? It's another stupid term. And I think it's actually degrading to the victims to have some really dumb little word used in there. And so I just try to, no, it's not CSAM because that's the normal term to use. Yeah, essayed. Yeah, when people say essayed, it's like, give me a break, okay? Just call it what it is, and if you can't call it what it is, then forget it.
And you know what? I'm sorry, but I loaded my badge, and I can see it's not showing up, and I don't know why, but it's showing up on my end on my computer, but my LAPD badge is what I have, and for some reason it's not showing up. But anyways, I just really want you to know that like there's people behind the scenes who really admire you, may not take the chance or the opportunity to come up and tell you how great you really are. And
Well, thank you.
my husband and I, like, my husband is 10 years older than I am, and he is retired as well. And he's like, regardless of what anybody has to say, like, I admire the fact that he's taken, I think you've even taken your son out, correct?
My what?
To your son?
To do what? Oh yeah,
To go out there?
Yeah, he's always in that 360-degree video. He has
Right.
more airtime than a lot of people out there. That's pretty funny.
And he's like, you know what? He's like, I admire people like that who actually go out and do boots on the ground. They do their work. They pay for the software. They analyze it. They do everything, something that other, like,
Yeah.
like the news media does not do. And he's like, it's sad that it's not sad for you, but it's sad that like
Yeah.
we have to, like, if we want answers, like, we've literally gone to sleep, or we go to bed and we view your channel and we go over it. He's like, because I want to know like what's happened, because this is a big story, and we look at everything, and he's like, man, this guy is freaking awesome. Like, what the hell's going on? Is it because he asked for money? Like, why? Like, this isn't a bad thing. This is a good thing. Like, he doesn't like, he's not selfish. He's not like trying to like, like just take all this for himself. He's like doing a good thing.
Yeah.
He does all the footwork. He probably spends
Yeah.
over 10 to 12 hours probably on a freaking video to try and do everything.
Yeah, well,
And
these
then
people, a lot of the haters out there, they never mention the good stuff that we do because it doesn't fit their narrative. So when you're out there and you see their shit, just realize that that's what their whole goal is to try to affect the channel. And I just don't really care anymore. I don't follow what they do or say. And when people send me stuff, I say, don't send me that shit. I don't care. I'm just going to do my own thing. And if they want to do the little hate train shit, they can just keep doing it. I just don't care. All right. Yeah, I mean, I'm just as frustrated too a lot of times with the media out there. They don't have time though. I mean, so like a place like Court TV, in their defense, they've got like 40 cases they're following, and they don't have time to do the deep dives. But what I don't like is when you have these people that are doing, and it's not like a hard to understand deeper information, they should have people on to explain those types of things and give them the whole segment instead of keep switching around to other guests and, a little soundbite here and a soundbite there. Like literally, I think people they're not bored to go over something deeper. Everybody thinks that people get like, okay, I got to turn the channel now because it was like, people want to hear something, a little bit more like, oh, wow, that's fascinating. Instead, it's just the same. And I've had these conversations with the producers, and they go, yeah, we'll see. They can't get their head around it. I don't know what it is. I want to start my own sort of like a network of some sort where there are people
You should.
that's what we're doing. That's the show, is the cool shit, not the dumb. And I mean, like, it'd have to be like a social media network, sort of almost like a, I don't know, it wouldn't be on television, but it would be, sort of a network of people that know what the hell they're doing. And we do shows that are better than those guys. Right. So
Greg, so can I ask you something? What keeps you going and what keeps you motivated to keep like putting in all those hours into like all these things?
Well, like on this case, I just love every time there's new information. It's cool to be able to just put it together, and I know that I can do it in a different way than everybody else is going to be doing it. And I don't watch, like I said, I don't know what any of these other creators are doing on any of this stuff because I haven't seen any of their videos, and hopefully when you're watching mine, you realize it's not the same as what they're doing.
Yeah,
like when I went through the photographs that just came out, the 385, I used a 3D model and went through the house and showed you where all the different spots were. So hopefully that was useful. Some people, it seems like a lot of people are watching that video still. I mean, it still gets like 300 an hour watching, which is, it's not terrible at this late in, a day and a half later. So that's cool. And it's just,
I just think that you need to realize, or not realize, I'm sorry, I should, let me retract that. Like, my husband, has been over, and now it's 38 years in law enforcement under LA Sheriff's Department. So he's reviewed your channel and he's like, this is the greatest guy, like,
oh, come on.
that, like, ever.
Right.
Like, why doesn't he have like 1 million subscribers? Like,
I'll send you the check later. Okay. Thanks for
but no, honestly, like he literally like is like, we again, we found you on Court TV, we followed you, and he wanted to know because we have a daughter who just graduated from Pepperdine University in Malibu, California. So we, it hits home, it really does, no matter what. Like they say, no, nothing happens in Moscow. Well, nothing happens in Malibu. And you can leave and go and come as you please. Our daughter was not in a sorority. We never encouraged that, and nor did she want that. But now she's a doctor. So what we did was when we found out all this happened, and again, we found you through Court TV, and my husband is the one who initially started like viewing like your channel. He doesn't comment because he's very private. He's very just, he's to himself. And he's like, hey, have you seen this guy? And I'm like, yeah, I've heard of him, but like I've never really
all bad things. But man, I've never watched it yet. Oh wow, it isn't anywhere like what those people were saying. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Anyways, listen, I appreciate you calling in and telling me all these. It made me feel good. I don't usually.
Well,
I
thank you, and you know what, we appreciate you, especially like law enforcement, especially over here. Although we're retired, we just want to thank you for everything that you have done and everything that you continue to do, and it does not go unnoticed.
Well, thank you, Ashley. I appreciate you calling in. You got to call in again sometime. All right. Make me feel good. All right.
Thank you, Gray. Okay.
Well,
say hi to your wife and your son, and we wish you nothing but the best.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Okay, bye-bye.
Oh, that was a nice call. Normally I just get the haters, the trolls. They're watching right now and they're angry. There's trolls in the chat. You can see them pop up their faces, right? But hey guys, we need to get the support up on the channel tonight. We're having these massive lulls in here. Thanks, right, meow. I think we need another. How about if we get another 7 channel memberships? Can we do that? If you get 7 more channel memberships, I'll donate 5 myself. All right. So why don't you guys? We're at 48. You get to 55, and then I'll do 5 more. We'll be 60. How cool would that be, huh? Let's do it. All right. Anyways, So go ahead, you guys. Let's get going. We need 7 more channel memberships. All right, here we go. I'm putting Justin Motocross on.
Hey, what's up, Gray?
What's going on?
Hey, man, you should, I wanted to chat with you about, you said something in your video the other day, how you thought a possible scenario could be maybe Xana got to that room and he was kind of bursting through, might contribute to, one of the options of the loud noise. It's interesting when you said that because it got me thinking how that table stayed in the same position. We found out later there was a little bit of blood, on the right side, but
Yeah.
it's such interesting timing that there wasn't more of an attack in the hall by the stairs, from the first floor to the second, that little half wall. So it's kind of probable that she might have ran in there, got behind the door versus having time to wake up Ethan. And so I just kind of thought it'd be interesting to see what you think about.
Yeah, like she gets in the room and she starts shutting the door, and then he sort of like kicks it open. He didn't break anything because it's like it's not into the wall, but he kind of kicks it open, and then that's when she's like, get out, get out, get out. And then he maybe even sort of slightly shuts it behind him, and now he's in a room. He sees Ethan over there, and he just jabs him really quick, and then he goes after her. He doesn't. She doesn't even know what's happening. Like, he's drunk, and they're all drunk, and I think that's why he was looking that stuff up. He knew. I mean, he goes in there at that hour where these people have been partying all day long, and the day before, and they're just really intoxicated, and they didn't have a chance with a guy that's jacked up, totally sober, with a K-bar knife.
Yeah, no way. Yeah, I just thought it's interesting because everybody's kind of over, critiqued and played what ifs from from the kitchen upstairs, but there's a lot of a story that's being told by what we're seeing from that, step down and around that corner. It's just interesting because obviously he wasn't at a dead sprint, but then there was some sort of blood story, right? I can't remember, but weren't they saying in the area above the staircase from the first floor to the second floor? I couldn't remember what they had written about, but
they said that there was some on the stairs. How it goes up, there's a smear of blood on the wall, sort of on the inner rail. That little wall that's sort of, as you go up the stairs, there's a wall with rails on it. But I was looking at it, I can't find it in those images.
I know, I couldn't either. Yeah, so that makes sense. It's just interesting, but yeah, I really enjoyed the video, like we were talking about yesterday, with you don't realize like that police station is so close, and having that 3-minute, it makes all of the, hate to even say it, but like the pro burger BS. It's like, if you really understand the time and the clock that had to be ticking in his head, thinking that somebody had probably alerted law enforcement, and of course he would just walk by Dylan. You know what I mean? It's like, even if he had taken off whatever protection he had, that could be one of the reasons that he didn't engage with her, but also just that, like a shot clock in basketball, it's like it's ticking down the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as that dog was barking, Murphy started barking probably 30 seconds before. I mean, Xana's still alive for some of that time. So now he's like, oh God, oh Jesus, this is getting nutty. Because when you listen to the audio, there's no barking at all until that time. I mean, there's no barking until right then. So it's like, okay, now that's probably starting. Okay, people are starting to be alerted, and I just don't have time. Maybe he did some sort of initial. There are, they found the gloves in the garbage can. Now, maybe if he had those on, we don't know if those are his or what they are, but let's pretend that they were his. Maybe he took those off, put them in the garbage can, and now his hands are somewhat clean to get to his car. And now he's going to have to attack somebody else, and now he has nothing to. So who knows, what that is.
It's like when you went there and you were, because I've been there, because I'm from here, but when you went there, it's hard for people that haven't been there to understand that him parking his car on that side, like you kind of have postulated for a while, it just makes so much more sense when you understand kind of the topography of that area, because if you're worried about precious seconds getting down around the corner where he was at, that high rate of speed corner, like you said, as soon as he takes that left on that whatever that street is and goes up to the right, as long as he hits that corner and gets out, he's pretty golden. But it's like even the extra 8 seconds or whatever of him up in that parking lot pulling back, you know, whatever it is, the chances of him hitting something, whatever, I think it makes so much more sense that he parked, pulled up, and just took that step down. It just, a lot of with this case, the more simple explanation is like the most correct, you know?
Yeah. I'll say a lot of people are, you know, there's some good points about like, you know, if those are his footprints when he's leaving, that means he goes back up towards the back lot instead of taking a hard left around the side of the house.
What do you think?
But I don't know if those are his footprints. You know, that's the one thing. I don't know if those are his footprints. They could be his footprints, and if they are, then you have to say, well, then when he left, he went up there, but that's not where his car was parked. I can tell you that it was parked on the side because we see the vehicle, the lights turning, and it does the same thing on all of them. And he had no time to drive back there. You know, as I explained in the video.
Yeah, 100%. I thought that was so spot on. But yeah, a lot of people, I think, just really understanding, because even me, I'm obsessed with this case for years, and it's like I didn't even really realize how close that police station was. It's wild when you realize, even on, like you showed on Google Maps, just 3 minutes. I mean, that's nothing.
Yeah. No, it's you know, and I was kind of just saying if they're coming from the police station, but people are right when they say that, you know, there might be units driving around out there. So who knows where they're, you know, they might be a block away that could get there in 10 seconds.
Yeah, true. But if we're trying to put ourselves in his, you know, weird murder brain, it's like he had to have some baseline, like you're saying. So, I mean, he probably went on the leaner side just to, you know, not have risk or to, you know, reduce risk. But yeah, man, that was a great video. But yeah, I don't know if anyone else wants to call him, but wanted to say what's up and see what you thought about what the story's telling us from Dylan's room forward about Xana, just because trying to find out and understand the sequence of events. But the sound paired up with the interior animation, that was fire, because that really paints like such a weird, different picture of just the amount of time in there is so adequate. Like we all know, you know, but outsiders just
like, you know, the thing is you hear the sound, and almost all of that sound that we hear on the, you know, the surveillance footage is from Xana's battle. And man, I mean, I had way too much time on mine. He's like, you know, goes in the bathroom, sits down. So you don't even hear that part until later, you know? So it's kind of like, I think this, like law enforcement said, it could be at a quick pace, 1:30 or 2 minutes, and then 3 minutes and 30 seconds at a kind of a slower pace. And I think that's absolutely, it's close to that one right there.
Yeah, it's kind of like those early vids when you were building the animations and you had the blackout times, you know, and just the clock was going. You really get a sense for it then. But yeah, I mean, it still held up, even like super accurate with the movements, even without the final information. So it's kind of fun now to start overlaying all the real facts and sounds, and hopefully we'll keep getting more stuff released.
Yeah, it's weird. Like even when you watch my new you know, my final animation that I made, it's only 3 minutes and 29 seconds long, and it seems totally accurate. Like that's you know, about the amount of time it would take.
Yeah, I was a little bit annoyed just for the channel that no one reached out to do anything with your animations. I was like, why not to be rude to the people that got the job, but it's like, why wouldn't you use a well-known animation channel that specializes in animation to, you know, instead of recreating from scratch? But I mean, I'm obviously biased, but
I'll tell you what was strange is looking at the 3D model that the police use. It's literally exactly the same.
Literally.
Yeah, I showed it. Remember how I showed it on the screen? It's like, it looks exactly like mine. You take the roof off, you can see right in there.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. No tunnels, but you know, what can you do?
Well, we didn't see them. They got buried. When they pulled that house down, it buried the tunnels.
It gave the tunnels in with the clown. Yep.
Yeah.
All right, man. Well, let somebody else call. Good talking with you.
All right. Well, thanks for calling in.
All right. Bye.
That's good luck. Yeah, see you. Bye. Hey, you guys, what's going on? It's not difficult to get we just need 6 more channel memberships, and then I'll donate 5 myself. Okay. See, this is one of those nights. Whenever we have callers, you guys just turn into these massive lulls, and we end up having sort of average nights. Okay. So if you're out there and you have the ability to help support the channel, that allows us at the end of the month, we've given over 100,000 to a DNA fund, 90,000-ish to total to Texas EquiSearch, RAIN, and National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. And we have a scholarship fund. We have all these different things. And I'm just wondering, when we do these shows, try to tip the waiter. You know what I'm saying? We spend hours and hours and hours doing these shows. Despite this one's a call-in one, it's still a show, right? So it doesn't matter the amount either. $1 works. It doesn't matter. So people, I don't feel like weird if it, But on this channel, I do try to actively raise funds, and people don't like that. And you're not required to send in anything. I'll still be doing the show. Hey, thanks to girl. Am I saying that right? Did it meant to say the girl, but you accidentally just... I'm just saying. And hey, thanks. Let's see what we got. The girl, or to girl. Are you a singer? Maybe you should sing me an intro or something. Regina, do you have thoughts regarding 1122 King Road footage and the light reflected off? Yeah, I do. We've gone over that. Oh, wait, on the top of the right of King Road at 420. No worries if not. Yeah, I did see a light. It's sort of on a house over there, right? A little tiny light. I did see that. I wasn't able to determine. At one time I thought maybe it was Kohberger's, like a flash of something on his car that made it all the way over there. What's kind of interesting, though, if you do have him pulled forward, that angle might actually exist. So, I mean, that is possible. Maybe we should go take a look at that again. I have to go look for that. And then thanks, Al. Welcome. And then we have Justin Motocross. Thank you. But we need one more gifted channel membership, you guys. Thank you. Clickety clank. Clickety clank. Oh, wait, hold on. Here, this is just for you. We got it. There you go. See? There's your clickety clank. Do you think he picked the house for the victims or the victims first? I think he drove around and he was just kind of looking around, and that's what he saw. Hey, thanks, M10 and Justin Motocross. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Membership gifting, and here is 5. And thank you to girl again. So thanks, you guys. And there we go. All right, there we go. And so that's right there. Now we're at 58, 61. 61 new members. Hopefully a lot of them stay around. We'll see how it goes. All right, very cool, very cool. I'm gonna have to go open that up again. Let me go look at that. Let me see if I can find it. Is this one that says Elantra on it? No, this is, well, this does say full hour, so I must have this in here somewhere. Yeah, all right, hold on. Is it this one? No, that's a video. Wait, that could be... Let me just make a new sequence here. And I do have all the clips in here from the full hour. They're right up here. So it might be this last one. And these are huge clips, by the way. Okay, that's 4. Let me do the one before that. Yeah, so these are, let me just move these over. They came in a batch. Okay, this one might have it. Yeah, that should. Now then we're missing exactly the one that you're talking about. That's crazy. Hold on. It's not that one, is it? No. $14. Ah. Jeez. Yeah, let me get right. We're looking for a 420, right? Can I make that bigger if I go like that? Oh yeah, I can read more of it. Ah, it's still cut off. Well, let's see if I grab this one. Let me put them all over there. What happened to the, oh, it's way over here. Oh, cool. That looks like it's in order. Oh, there we go. 420. God, it's still, oh, look at that. Skipping the fourth that one time frame. That's crazy. What in the hell's happening? Look at that. Oh, wait, maybe that just needs to be moved. Come on. Tell me there's more. There we go. Okay. Not sure why it would ever come in like that. It's a full clip. There we go. So I had it originally. I just didn't realize that that was it. Isn't that weird? When you look at the screen right here, can you guys see that? That's all the barking. So just visually, see how you can see these lines here? It's kind of small for you guys, but you see what I'm looking at? See those? Let me make it bigger like this. See that? Can you see that right there? Just look at the screen, and that's the sound wave. So here's the whole night right here, right? See, those are different. See how those are like cars and people, and you know, like this is 3. Let's see what this sounds like here. Yes, those are people in this house or something, right? But look at it, you go like that. But notice how over here, that's all barking, every bit of that. See that? Now let's go right to when we see the first little spikes of that. I think they're maybe right here. Let's see. Look what time it is. 4:17:10, right? So that's like, you can just tell right here, just by like using this as your guide. You can just see that like right in here. Let's see this part right here. Is this dog barking? Hold on. That's a thud sound. That's at 4:15 something. That sounds like that's close to the camera though. And then I think right around in here, let's see. So that could be a dog or it's somebody being attacked. See, that sounds like somebody's being attacked in that one. I don't think that's a dog. It's totally different. Now here's a dog. And look at that's at 4:17:15. And then it just goes on and on, like right around in here. Because this is when yeah, and then it goes on, and then it stopped. You know what's amazing? Look at this. And then right here, watch the when the car drives away, it stops barking, almost like danger's gone. See what? See that? Isn't that crazy? No barking. You hear that? There isn't a damn bit of barking going on right now. Now there is. Yeah, I thought it was Murphy barking. We thought maybe, based on what the other family members are saying, but there's people that were in here saying that that's how those type of dogs bark. Isn't that wild? And then it starts barking again, probably almost being out of stress. And look at how it just barks this entire, I mean, the video ends there. I am sure they have even another hour of video, and there's probably goes on and on and on after that. But you see how it's kind of unique to just care about the waveform. Other channels, they don't even know, like that wouldn't be something you would even, I'm just saying, it's just, I don't know. If you just look at that, that's an indication of what's going on. Nothing, nothing, nothing. And then Murphy's barking because there's an attack happen. And I think right inside of this window is when Xana is being killed. And there's a little gap in the barking. And then it's bark, 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 bark again. See? And it's weird how just something like that is a total indication. Now, let me go look at what that, they were saying. Because I noticed up here, I don't know if this is what they're talking about, but like right over here, there's like a light during this time frame. If you go scrub by quick, there it is right there. So see that light? That's something I was pointing out one time. And I don't know, the only way you'd see it from this angle is the same angle that the building's at, that you're seeing it is, the light's coming from over there. So I don't know what light that is. Now, if that's some kind of a weirdly facing window, I guess it's, it would be possible, if you went over the top of, so that's coming from like right over here. So this camera's right here. So that light's coming from about right here. So maybe if you went like this and then over the top of the house, right where the camera is, maybe it's more like if you can go like this somehow, and it would be right where Kohberger's car, like that's where his car was parked, and somehow it was creating a reflection on a window that happens to be perpendicular to the camera. But if it's not perpendicular to the camera, then it's the angle that you have to go like over here, and then that's not how I wanted to do that, but let me click on that one and then go, here, let's move this over to here and then move this back over here. So it would be something like this, like the light source would be over here to hit the window that the camera here would be seeing. So it's kind of like that, so I wouldn't even say it's more about like this, so the source would be there unless that window happens to be perpendicular to the camera, right? Like it's a flat surface at a straight angle, then it would beam right back to your face. So I don't know what that is. I mean, it's kind of interesting. I noticed that when I originally, because what I do a lot of times is I scrub through it to see changes, because you can see changes a hell of a lot more when you do that. Like you like that, and you can see all these different little spots where things are happening. And one thing I was looking for, like when the DoorDash driver is leaving, if she was parked, well, what I was looking for is, when she was parked in the back and she says that she drove around to the front, well, wouldn't her headlights hit over here somewhere, like right there when she's turning on the road? Like, for example, she's back here, let's see, let me turn this, get rid of that. So she's back here, right? That's where she said she originally parked, and then the DoorDash driver said she went down here to go back to the front again. Well, when she's making that turn here, unless she had her lights off, wouldn't you see the lights kind of down there? Now, why do you need to have Jack do an interview? It's irrelevant. Who cares about what Adam said? Who gives a shit? Come on, Vivian. See, this is what we don't do here. It's like it doesn't matter. I don't need an interview from Jack because he'll probably do one at some point, but he's not related to anything that happened. And it doesn't matter what when Kaylee said to Maddie, what did you say to Adam? I told Adam everything. It doesn't matter what was said. Adam has nothing to do with anything. Bryan Kohberger is the killer. You get it? And see, right there, that's why people don't like me, because they go, Gray, you're so mean. And I'm just telling you the truth, okay? If you can't handle the truth, I'm sorry. But the reality is it doesn't mean a damn thing. And it's not useful information. And, well, how do we know until we hear it, Gray? Well, if we heard Jack's interview, it would be about how it was the love of his life. They dated for a long time. She's moving somewhere else, and she wanted to have a single life and do this kind of things. They shared a dog together. He was really, upset about them breaking up, and he really loved her a lot. And that night, he was asleep when she tried calling, and then he woke up, and the love of his life was killed. Boy, that's such interesting. It doesn't matter though. Some stuff doesn't matter, Vivian. It matters to people who want the quote tea that somebody mentioned the other night. That's who it matters to. You want the little sort of, ooh, the gossipy, ooh, it's so juicy. Oh, poor Jack. I love him now. He's so nice. It's just ridiculous, you guys. It has nothing to do with the case at all. Okay? Bryan Kohberger is a nutjob stalker who showed up and killed him. Yeah. So if you want to go read a book and get the tea, you go ahead. But I do not care whatsoever in terms of the case. Now, if he's talked, I might listen to it and go, oh, yeah, wow, I feel bad for him. It just isn't related to what happened. See, Gray, now you're talking for him. How do you know? Ooh. Hey, do you really think, what is he going to say that has anything to do with Bryan Kohberger? Nothing. Yeah, she called him over and over again because she wanted to come over. She was drunk. Why do you think Madison called? Because she was like, hey, I'll do it. Maybe he'll come if I call. Because I was actually told in an email, the same person that told me that he had bushy eyebrows before Kohberger was even arrested. This is way back when there was just a suspect out, and they said, hey, the person has bushy eyebrows. I didn't let anybody know until right when he was arrested. And before we even saw him, I go, hey, you guys, you think he has bushy? And I showed you guys the email. And in those emails, she said that Jack intentionally didn't answer because his roommate told him to be hard to get. Play hard to get because she's always calling you when she needs you, but you got to not respond. And that might be a reality, okay? And he's telling people that he was asleep because it makes him feel terrible that he didn't answer, but it's still irrelevant to the case, right? I mean, what difference does it make? God. Now, you'll I'm sure other channels will play it over again. They'll listen to it and they'll make it into some big story and sensationalistic. And at this point, it would be, whatever reporter gets an interview with him, it'd be a good get, But that's not what I do. So it's not interesting to me. The tea is boiling. It doesn't all matter when people say that. It's just, it's not true. I mean, can't you just tell that some stuff doesn't matter? Like if you said, let's see, how many times a day does Murphy crap? And I said, what relevance? Everything matters, Gray. I mean, how do we know he wasn't crapping? And that's why Madison couldn't find him. And then she goes down to Bethany's room, and then when he came up, what does it have to do with Bryan Kohberger? He came in at 4:08. Well, you see, everything matters, Gray. Yeah. Some things just don't matter. Gotta be honest with you. I'm gonna just being honest. Yep. I think Ashley's still on hold over here. You got to hang up your session on your phone. Yeah. Some stuff matters, and you know what matters when you hear it. And it's really not common when something irrelevant, seemingly irrelevant, at some point matters. It's like every once in a while something does pop in that's like, oh wow, I didn't think that meant anything, but now it does. But interviewing Jack is irrelevant, right? Because he isn't the killer. Kohberger is, right? So people who want to hear from Jack and they're really curious about those calls, that means you think that Kohberger might not be the killer. That's the truth. Because what difference does it make what and he wasn't awake, by the way, so he doesn't know what the calls were about. Hey, welcome, Christopher Marshburn. Let's see. You're the one that called in earlier, right? Because you're like, now you got a different image on there. I was thinking of your face on the Murphy would be a star interview. Oh yeah. If you could somehow take I bet you in about 100 years they'll be able to take a brain of somebody and be able to attach it to something and retrieve images that are stored in there. It'd be like your entire life, basically. It'll be so weird. Because if you have a memory that you can see something, then that means it's in there, right? Yeah. And wouldn't that be crazy? Then you could take a dog and see what they saw. Oh, man. I hope that you can do it when they're still alive, though. Like you could plug something in, like something through the ear or something, or like through the visual. Yeah, I hope the guy, Jack, should just go live his life somewhere and never do anything associated with this case. Because the moment he opens his mouth, the nut job wackos will take anything he says and twist it into a completely alternate universe meaning. Because that's what they do. All right? Let's see. And it does, and it doesn't matter. Just keep his story to himself. Him and I at the beginning of the case, and you could even see in these documents, law enforcement was very curious about him in these documents. They really interviewed him a lot. They brought him in. He got a lawyer one time. He brought it in. Because they were really questioning him. He got an ex-boyfriend, and he was the one that was broken up with. So, yeah, at the beginning, he was somebody that was sort of interesting. He was. Law enforcement thought so. The Goncalves admitted that they were looking into him, and then they cleared him. Like about a week in, they cleared him, and then that's it. And then Kohberger got arrested, and Jack had nothing to do with any damn thing whatsoever. I was a person who thought, wow, that guy's interesting. That's like the classic person, an ex that's just went haywire, especially that age. And that's why law enforcement was looking into him. And it turns out that the sort of the typical thing wasn't the case. This is a case where an actual serial killer like person, he isn't a serial killer, turns out to have been the killer. It's wild. That's why this one's really interesting. Now, there's people out there that still don't believe that. They think it's Brent Kopaka and a merry band of elves. Let's see. Maybe she talked about the stalker with them. Maybe she talked about the stalker with them. Sure. Okay. And then that would lead back to a possibility that it was Kohberger. But there was a stalker. I mean, I think Kaylee, because she was into true crime, was a little... I think some of the stuff she noticed was real, but the stuff at the store where the guy was going to ask her on a date, it was sort of like extra... Like, I don't know if that was, you know, she's a little bit paranoid on that kind of stuff. Because remember, she was looking into sex offenders in the area and things like that. Hey, thanks, Aaron Elliott. Appreciate it. Brent Kopaka was some military guy that the night that, I think the day that Kohberger, I can't remember if it was the night that they were leaving to drive home. He was killed in a shootout or something with cops. He's from the same, I think at one point he lived in a similar place as him at some point. It's Kohberger, so of course it's really Kohberger. And apparently Brent Kopaka is the one that committed the murders, and is just the government didn't want to admit it, so they pinned it on a lackey named Bryan Kohberger, who's actually pled guilty. What an idiot. That's right, a merry band of elves to the Elantra Convention. And as we know from the pro-burgers out there, there are 50,000 Elantras in the area. Of course, there's only 18,000 people that live in Moscow, meaning every single person in Moscow has 2.5. Unbelievable, isn't it? What a boring town. You look down the street and it's just a traffic jam of Elantras. Yeah, sure, people will bring out their Jeep every once in a while. But my God, on a daily basis, and I think it was an attempt to trick the cops. You know, how do you know it was my Elantra driving through there? You get what I'm saying, officer? Ah. Yeah. Did he change the hood on his car? What do you mean by that? You know, the pro-burgers have a hard time hiding themselves because every question they ask is something that the only reason they'd be asking it is because they don't believe Kohberger's the killer, right? Yeah, you're looking for the PDF file with all the interviews, Vivian. They're out there. You go to the ISP Indiana, or okay, I always say Indiana because ISP was for the Delphi case too, but the Idaho State Police, and you go to like their FOIA section, and then there's a link you click on another one, and then there's 2 different things you can download. You have a 2019? I heard they share the same Windows structure. How do we know? Where were you at the girl that night, huh? You know, I think you know you're doing something right on a case when you're accused. Like I always get accused of being something. Like in this one, oh, great, he works for the feds. He's selling the feds narrative, everybody. Don't listen to that guy. Yeah. Yes, everybody. I'm on the feds' payroll. They send me these checks every once in a while just to sell a narrative. Albeit unpopular, you know, like the popular narrative would be to pretend that, forget it. No, he didn't cover his plate. He didn't have a front license plate. And 5 days after the murders, he switched his plates to Washington plates. I work for the feds, and they've said it in every case. This will be this is like not every case, but I would say this is the 5th case that people have said that. They said it in Kaylee Rodney, because how could somebody have come up with something like that? Kaylee Rodney, they said it in the Kanika Jenkins, Delphi, this one, And I think, oh yeah, and also Jody Arias back in the day. I was working for the defense team. Yeah, I do kind of take it as a compliment. Hope he loves it in prison. That's right. Gray, you're so... I mean, maybe the so mean I got to throw myself in prison. Right? Because tonight's just been like these massive lulls. But she did say, look at Esther M. She said, Gray, you're so mean. And you know what that means? That means... Now, this is a scary time to get thrown in prison. Because now we don't even know if there's even a chance that I'll get out of this. All right. So now I'm stuck in here, and this is where it gets scary because it's been so dead tonight in general. Even though, we've done okay, but it's like just like there's these huge lulls. This might end up being another lull where I'm just stuck in here. Let's do prison. Yeah, now I'm stuck in here. Will I even get out? Boy, don't get started at once at bail, everybody. Haven't seen me behind bars in a long time. Yeah, I've been trying to get out. I've broken some of the bars. I might think of using one to use to pry open the rest of the bars. Hello, you guys. Where's the bail? Oh, well, I got Justin Motocross sent in some commissary, you bastard. There it is. See what I'm saying, Timothy? Look how remember when back in the day when I get thrown in prison, it was like people were like, they'd bail me out, get me different food sources, taxi cab, etc. And now, dead as a doornail. Oh, your name is Peru? Oh, okay. Awesome. Well, you guys let me know. That's actually a sound effect, but wasn't my acting pretty good? It was pretty. Hey, thanks to girl. I guess that counts. Membership gifting in lieu of bail, sort of. So far I have no bail here. I've got commissary from Justin, and then I got a peach from Justin Motocross again, and then some more prisoners to go in jail with me. What the hell is going on here, you guys? Calling a kitchen about your missing items on your tray. Well, there you go. So I got $5 to call the kitchen and say, hey, I'm missing some items. I know, to girl, it's crazy, man. It's just, I think there's a lot of people in here that just sort of don't get the vibe and what we do here and stuff. So they just sit there and go, yeah. Hey, but you're still signed up on my Peru. I still see you're over here on my over here. Like you didn't leave the show. I guess I could click on this thing and just kick from the studio. There you go. You can come back in another time. There you go. All right, so we've got okay. Towards bail. Okay, Jessica Schubach. My God, how will you get out of prison, you guys? I mean, normally you add the 2 to another 2s and you get out of prison. This is like, now we got a burner phone in there, and then I'll send you a coffee for missing items. All right. Cool. We do have a coffee from Lisa Valenzuela up there from earlier. Okay, bail. Stephanie made me snort laugh. Oh, yeah? What did she say? I didn't see it. I have to go up and see it. I can't find anything. Let's see. It's okay. You can't donate. Yeah, people don't have to send anything, and I just try to raise funds on here. Some days are terrible, and some days are better, and just try to make things work. I'm hoping to. So far this month, we've donated $1,500. I think $500 went to Texas Echo Search, and then another $1,000 went to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. And I'm hoping to bring in enough where, I can get to 5 total. So we get another $3,500 on the last day of the month. If you show up, it's our donation night. We do one last push for an hour and then start sending out the dinero. Here's a compliant form for you to fill in. Big Hawaiian Tony wants to dance with you later. Jeez. Bail, Stephanie made me. Okay, and then this one says, dirty cash. All right. All right, well, I think I have enough to walk out the door and just kind of walk down the street as a hobo, okay? And with 5 friends to bring along, because Tagirl gifted 5 memberships, so I think those are just buddies that are, also prisoners are going to walk down the street with me. It's good stuff. No, that's not it. There we go. All right. We got out of prison. Thank God. I'm a hobo. Will I reoffend? No. You know what's crazy? Those Menendez brothers, they both got denied their bail, but that's not the crazy. It's amazing how they go so casually. The boards, they'll go, yeah, we're going to have to deny it this time. So in 3 years, you'll be able, 3 years. Jeez. Imagine having to wait 3 years every time just for a chance. It kind of reminds you of Shawshank Redemption with Red, And finally, when they let him out, was when he was just honest. And he goes, there isn't a day goes by that I don't regret what I did. So you can just keep on stamping it, whatever the hell he said. To get me the next time I reoffend. Okay. All right. Yeah, Shawshank Redemption is one of those ones where when it comes on, you sort of have to watch a lot of it, It's also depressing, some of it, like the part where the guy comes in and he knows who the real killer is, and they shoot him. The guy from Melrose Place. Oh yeah, that was something. Yeah, so that's kind of crazy, right? Like, think about like the Menendez. They go, all right, we'll come back in 3 years, and man, 3 years. That is just. 3 years ago. Well, I guess 3 years ago is when this case started, but time. Other things that happened 3 years ago, like COVID was still going on. That seems longer ago. Anyways, thank you guys for bailing me out of prison. I didn't think we had a shot. Not that we were just stuck in there. All right, does anybody have any questions? So we could do like a Q&A here for a little bit. Oh yeah, well, we were going to look at that light though, weren't we? We looked at it just slightly for a second. But you guys all see that right there, right here? See where I'm circling? And you go like this. I just scrub it by. Like there's something that, and I think there's a car or something over there. It's really interesting because if that is perpendicular, that angle. Okay, so if we take this, see that telephone pole here, you guys? It's a little bit to the left of that, but it's equal distance basically from this corner to here, just slightly less. But so if we go up to Google Earth up here, and believe it or not, let's see if we go to, let's go to a different, I think it's that one, really clear. There's the telephone pole. So if you go like that and you kind of look at it and you know where this is, let me go where, so the surveillance camera is just to the left of center here because I've been there. And then it's, okay, so it was, there's a telephone pole and here. And I think the telephone pole is right there. And so to have a gap in there, you kind of be like almost like this. And then I think if you moved it to about right there, that's kind of where that is, right? And so then you take that and move it this direction. And then you're kind of back here now from that camera. And that's weirdly, that's exactly where I think he parked. Each time, I mean, look at that. Look at that right there, though. Like, I mean, that's insane. That's exactly the spot on my video that I showed you guys where I think he parked. But how would the light get through the house? It's right. It would block every bit of the light there. Right? So to me, this camera here is filming something that's happening over here, a light. Because the angle, you know, it's like the same angle coming in, out. So that's what I think. I don't think it has anything to do with, I was actually hoping that there was some way to look at it and think it was coming from right over here. But I think this is almost precisely the angle that we're looking at. Because I went right over the, well, let's see, hold on. Yeah, I got to move this here. Well, it's just to the left of the telephone pole. So yeah, it's like that. Yeah, it is kind of funny how it goes back here, but there's a building there, so you wouldn't be able to see a light. And also, like if you go down to street view here, there is street view, but they kind of cut out this whole section. Oh, crap. Yeah, so it's on that house, but look how it skipped by all that. I do walk by there. I mean, I guess we could open up this program. Oh, and there it is. We have this one. Yeah. So this is that same spot right here. That I mean, miraculously it starts. This is where I think he parked originally, and then maybe he moved down the road when we hear that car to this lower spot down here. But, you know, if those are his footprints, he went back up there again. And I don't know if he'd want to waste that much time. You'd think he'd park here for an easy exit spot. So, you know, I guess we could ask, are those footprints in the snow, are they consistent with Kohberger's shoe size? So we can see over here exactly what it was shining off of, I guess. So it's right over there, a window that's got kind of, there's something like white underneath it or something. Yeah, so is it up here? Let me look at that. Well, that's kind of interesting. Let me see. Oh, yeah. Huh. I don't know what that is. Yeah, so you look at that, like that part that goes up there is probably on the street, not the street view, that's probably the top part up there. But how does there light around the corner? I don't get it. So there's the top. I'm gonna have to do like kind of like this. See, there's the same corner, the fire hydrant. See that? Okay, and then this here is right there. So this is really zoomed in. Like this looks way big, you know, it's further down. So let me move a little bit further down here. Okay, right there. I think that's a better way to do this. All right, so there you go. Now we're a little bit further, but like this spot there is right here. But yeah, what's that? How's there a light? Is that a car or something? Yeah, there's nothing even over there. It's not even a building. Yeah, so that really is something that could be reflecting over there. Could even be that sign there. I guess we have to go look at that thing. That's weird. But why is there like this white thing here? What is that? Is that the road, the curb on the other side of the... Wow, that's interesting. You know, you can see a hell of a lot more of the road than you would think you could see. Because there is no other house here. That's 1119. And then obviously... I mean, I'm just looking at this because it's sort of interesting now. I'm going to look at this. So, like this opening here is right there. And this little square here is right there. And then you see this little pole here. That's this one, likely. And then you can see the inside of this one. Okay, right. So that, it's dark on a lot of it. So this part up here is not this whole thing up there. The front of it's completely dark. That's what's going on there. So this spot right in there is, I think that's like, almost seems like that inner wall here, right there. And then that window right here is maybe what that is. Right? Because there's that light thing, and that's what this is. But then that goes out further than I was thinking. So maybe it's this window. Yeah, so it's that window. Yeah, all right. That's it. So this window right here where that light is that window. We figured it out. Boom. Look at that. Can you see it? I mean, I think you can even see it if I just go like that. Watch. Right here. Are you guys paying attention, or are you just bored to death with what I'm doing here? I don't even know. But like this little part right there is right here. And then up here, it's just kind of funky lighting and stuff. But down here, you can make stuff out. Like that pole right there is right here. And then there's the little undercovered area. And then there's little... I can see that there's lights in there, or windows underneath there. And then that wall right here, see that? That's right here. So I'm moving it over to the other window. My mouse is really small though, so I'm just showing it. And then, so that's right there. And then, let's see. So that's right there. And this window, I think, is right here. And that space right there is that space, but it's just a different angle. It would be wider from back there. And then there's a door right to the right of that window. So I think that window is this window. All right, you get it? Yeah, I knew when I said I've got a small mouse pointer that would turn into some sexual connotation. You know how it always works. That's just how it is. All right. Go back a little bit. So that's probably a better angle for that. Yeah, there it is. Perfect. And so, you know, that space seemed, I guess their window goes to right here though. So that makes sense. So it's only lighting up on the right-hand side of the glass. That's the portion of the glass it's hitting. Isn't that cool though to be able to just figure that out like that? Like, I'm just saying. Like, isn't that crazy? Like, it's on the right-hand pane of glass. So we've literally able to figure out exactly where that light's hitting. And it's not coming from inside the house. However, we've just shown that that's not a window that's perpendicular to the camera. So that means the reflection we're seeing on it is coming from somewhere over to the right over there. There you go. That's probably just some wide angle. You know, most surveillance cameras are wide angle. They pick up a lot of stuff. Yeah. It was kind of confusing at first because there's a whole portion of the house that's not lit up over here. It's crazy. Like, I think you can see most of, you know, there's weird angles up there and stuff, but obviously that's the right spot, you know? And it's also higher up the camera, right? So it's kind of looking down on it a little bit more than what we've got. You know, because if you turn around right there, it's actually up here. So it's downhill quite a bit. Yeah. So there you go. There you go. It's just on the glass. I did see that, though, when I was originally doing it. Back in the day. Not back in the day, but when it, a week ago when this came out. So what do you guys think is going to be coming out next? I have a whole bunch of FOIA requests out there. And I was the first one to order them, so I'm the one that has to pay over $1,000. Apparently, when it comes out. If not, it's like 30. But there's stuff, different surveillance footage shots that I'm looking for. I actually kind of want to get some of the other footage from this camera here. There's a lot of stuff that I want from this particular camera. I might even get a hold of them on Monday and say, hey, can you add this in and this in? No, there's all kinds of stuff. Jeez. You know, all the court documents are still, like, he hasn't put any of those out yet. One thing that's interesting, though, you guys, remember the other day, there was one little update that he put out there. Let me see if I can find that. And that's been removed. I went back to the site and I looked there, and that one little updated thing. So now I'm kind of curious. I think it was like the 5th, right, Lisa? Something like that. 4th or 5th of August. I think it is right here. Wow, what a good guess. August 4th, but I have it in the 5th. So for some reason, this thing here has been removed. I wonder if this is related to the lawsuit or something. Now, this is like order regarding sealed documents. You know, this thing has been removed off of the judge's website. It was 8.4, the document. Here, I'll show you. See, when you go to the judge's page over here and you click here, it was up here at the top. Now it's gone. It was 8.04 something at the top, and now it's not there anymore. Isn't that wild? So, I mean, this is it right here. It's the order regarding sealed documents. So why would you take that off of there? Are they not going to release these documents now, or what? Hey, thanks, Mary, for the coffee. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, we saw that. We've seen the blood in Maddie. Somebody's sending me pictures of the blood in Maddie's room. Yeah, we've gone over that. We've already seen those images. I have those images. They're not being special, SC. We've shown these exact things on the show. Yeah. All right. The one picture where they're in the room of Madison where there's a light switch, the tan bed and everything, we've seen it. They're not getting anything extra. And nobody out there, I'm going to tell you right now, has there's a couple of YouTubers that are they're pretending that they have all 90 of the censored the photographs they put out there. They're just not releasing. They're only showing the ones the media put out. Really? Show us one that the media didn't put out. And that's how you know. See, they always put the same ones, so that means they don't have them. And nobody, I guarantee you, that there's nobody in the public or media that has unredacted crime scene photos, unless somehow they were given to them a long time ago, because they're not sending them out that way. They redact them and then they give them to people to have. All right. So if you're seeing people claiming that, you can forget it. But somebody sent me an email showing me this picture right here and go, God, how did they get this on Reddit, Gray? And I'm telling you, we've already shown this picture, that one, all of them. I mean, it's the same picture over and over and over and over again. And we've shown that picture. It exists out there as one of the crime scene photos that was released. Yeah, I actually got one from the Moscow Police Department. That was I got that surveillance footage. And you know what, Justin, if you got the same stuff and you ordered the same stuff, since you're local, it wouldn't cost you that much at all. I think it's free. But I have to pay a lot, and I got to keep up on it. I can't wait for people to do it. We don't know if he was, Susan, but don't you think the 3 other times he turned his phone off, it might be possible that he did go into the house? Christopher wants to see the defendant's amended exhibit chart. Yeah, what would be on that? They'll send you, and I mean, isn't it funny? Remember how Ann Taylor, this is the same thing in the Delphi case. They say, our client, this is the first time ever, but we believe he's factually innocent. He didn't do anything. He just didn't do it. He's factually innocent. And in both cases, the truth is they both are killers, okay? Richard Allen did it. He confessed 60 times. And Bryan Kohberger pled guilty with no chance of parole or appeals. All right. So, I mean, they all say the same damn thing. They act like this is a unique case that finally they've got that one defendant that just didn't do it. And yeah, well, what was the alibi, Jenna? I mean, did she even have one? Her alibi was that sometimes he drives around at night. That's all it was. He could never, so what Kohberger was doing, and the prosecution knew it, was he was waiting for them to put out their discovery on where they think Kohberger was, and then they could tailor, ironically, a alibi to sort of match that a little bit. It was stupid. So they came up with this vague description, hoping to get something else. And again, there's never been anything that came out that helped Bryan Kohberger. And by the way, when I went there, and not only just using that, but you can use Google Maps, it's impossible to have your phone ping near Blaine, go to Wawawe Park, and then show up in Pullman, Washington at 5:35. It's impossible. Now, well, it's not. You have to drive about 100 miles an hour. Let's see. And nobody's doing that on a night they killed somebody. Yeah. Hey, yeah, Amber's here. Yeah, she came with me. We drove out to Wawawe Park. Actually have 360-degree video from out there, too. Now, I don't think he stopped to get gas. It's not that far. It's just put gas in your tank. And, it's the whole route around is probably, I don't know, 20 miles maybe. But he was driving through really ridiculous terrain. I mean, roads that are kind of dirt and stuff. Thanks, Regina. Man, you noticed that massive lull. Thank you again for all your hard work on the case. Really appreciate you. Well, I appreciate you. Thank you. And I'm thankful for everybody here that does help support the channel in any way that you can, hitting the like button. Yeah. Yeah. He sometimes goes to Wawa Park to, quote, stargaze, as Christopher said. What does that even mean, for God's sakes? And it was cloudy that night. So I'm not really sure how many stars he was able to look at. Yep. Stargazing. Gazing. Yeah, Wawa Way. Yeah, now I remember it's Wawa Way. We read it again later. But for some reason, that day it seemed like it was Wawa Way. Even his old professor said once she heard that she became suspicious that he was guilty. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's right. Just hit the like button, share the video and stuff. I'm only asking, like, if people can, if you're out there and you want to support the channel and you have the ability to, that's it. And everybody thinks, oh, I got to send in 5 or 10, but even $1, $2, if you had enough people doing that, you could make the goals. You have 700 people watching and everybody sent in 50 cents. You'd almost be right there. I mean, it's crazy. But that never happens, right? Because people only 8 send in the 50 cents, and then you're in trouble. That's right. $1.99 all day. Yeah. God, it sucks. My foot, like I was saying, I got this, shit. Like gout or whatever the hell it is from eating. I ate some lobster, forgot. And like your foot feels really good in the morning. Today I've been on some steroids to get this thing, it's back to normal size and everything. It was so it felt normal today. And then if you just walk around a little bit with a shoe on, all of a sudden you feel something, and then all of a sudden it gets red again. And it's really sensitive. Like you gotta. It's almost like you can't do anything until it's completely gone, or it just kind of acts back up again. Thanks, Kira. There you go. Love Boston. Thank you very much. He was saying he was stargazing to take photos of the sky on a cloudy night. Great photos. I tell you what. You got to put a little contrast in there. You might pull a star out. Yeah, I've had it. Well, I had it once way worse than this time. This time it's just kind of lingering around. And there's a stuff called colchicine that you can take that you have to take it right when it starts, and I didn't have any of that. And, so now it's been a week and a half so far. Yeah, I don't know if it's the age thing. It was kind of. Well, I think you get gout more when you're older-ish, but I mean, the first time I got this, I was younger, quite a bit. He thought he was stargazing because his vision always had him stargazing. Oh yeah, with visual snow, right? He thought it was always stars. It didn't matter where he was. Anyways, thanks everybody for calling in tonight too. Appreciate that. It's kind of nice doing the call-in shows sometimes. I should probably do that like once or maybe on the weekends, unless there's some crazy breaking. Maybe tomorrow we'll do another call-in if you guys want. Right, purines. That's the whole thing. And like when I looked it up on AI. I said, "Is shrimp bad?" And they go, "Well, in moderation, you can eat shrimp." And then I said, "What about lobster tails?" And it went, "Absolutely not." I was like, "Oh shit!" My wife bought them. They got this great deal. We ate 3 of those suckers. It's like, oh god, oh shit. It was unreal. It was funny how it said that though. Yeah, it was awesome colors. It's cool having Christopher on there. He's probably seen some of this shit before. I always think it's cool when people that are in the world actually like the way that we cover it over here. Try to work through things with kind of just like, common sense and rational thinking, and it's kind of like a safe place sort of, for people that want to have like, this is reality here, not some crazy fantasy land shit. I was kind of disappointed when, some of the people that I thought were kind of more like that, they started going down these weird roads, talking about some weird theories, and, it's like, okay. Felony court in Memphis. You saw it all. Well, there you go. Very cool. Now the coveralls, the Dickie suit. Like the winter type Carhartt to absorb the mess. I don't know. I think he just had like a Dickie suit on. I mean, he bought one of those and they didn't find it. So I think that's something he was wearing and he took it off. It was kind of, he probably looked like Michael Myers, but what had a balaclava instead of a mask. Well, cool. Love Boston. Yeah, it's so weird. I get such a, I mean, I know that I'm not in a perfect mood every single night, but I do shows every single night. Do you guys do shows every single night when you're in a bad mood too? No. So I'm still have to, be here because we do shows every night. So I'm here and, you get to see me whenever I'm in whatever mood I'm in, I guess. Mm-hmm. What are you talking about? Have they released any interviews? Yeah, we've gone over a whole bunch of those. I mean, that's all the new document is, really. We got this one, I think. Is it this one? No. Not that one. I don't have it open here. Maybe this one. Yeah, 556 pages. Like almost all of these are interviews right here. See this? Yeah, we've gone through so many of these. And I did convert this to OCR, so should. Oh yeah, so here's one right here. Look at this. I asked about other time. Who's this being interviewed here? Let's see. She graduated. So this is somebody, a friend of one of theirs. But down here it said, I asked about other times. Let's start right here. Sergeant Hoaxie asked while she was living there, so she lived in that house before, if there was any break-ins in the, or if she heard of a stalker. There would be times she would wake up and would see the sliding glass door was unlocked. She thought it might have been from someone forgetting to lock the door after having people over the night before. I asked about other times the glass door was found unlocked or open. And then there's a name here. Somebody told her a while back they had all gone out. Maybe this is that other one. When they got back, they noticed the sliding glass door was open. See, I didn't know they were. The other time I heard about was the front door of the house. And then they grabbed the golf clubs, remember, and they went upstairs. So this is more interesting. The girls were usually pretty good at making sure the doors were locked. Most people would use the front door. Only their close friends would use the sliding glass door in the kitchen. I mean, that's the first time I found that one little line there. I don't remember reading that before. I think that one's interesting. It does, Dixie Hippie? All right. So, what do you guys think of that? It's probably hard to keep the doors locked with so many living there. Yeah, but this was different. Like they all were gone, came back, and then the slider was open. So I think that's more significant. That's sort of a I mean, I'd like to know the date on that one. Was he in town at that time? Hey, thank you, Lisa Rainwater Seville. Is that an actual name? Or is that a nickname in the middle there? Or maybe it's like a Native American or something. The tidbits found in all the documents paint a better picture. Yeah. They ask a lot of questions about that, stuff like that. You know, I didn't see Bethany's interview in this new batch, though. It might be in here somewhere. I couldn't find it. I thought it'd be at top where Dylan's is. Just hers, maybe? You look for the really long ones, and you might be on the right one. This one's pretty long. Two friends. Oh, this is a hiking one. Eatery, watch the movie. At approximately 10:45, the movie is over. Ride to Idaho where they ate. Approximately, Cody Herman and Brady Walker spoke with. I don't know who this is. Well, this might be like Jack Showalter or something. Now here it says, reported waking up after hearing a dog go berserk barking outside. That's absolutely... Estimated the dog was barking for 30 to 45 minutes. Isn't that amazing? So if you kept playing that audio, it's still barking. And that was at 4:45 in the morning. That's right when he's near Blaine. They keep interviewing. Let's see. Conducted an interview with Moscow Police Department. This is a pretty long one here. I mean, how do you read something like this? That's redacted all to hell. I mean, every other sentence, every word. That's a really long interview here. Unless I think they are switching up on these. All right, yeah, because it only goes to like E, F, G, H, I, and then A, B. All right, so usually they have a little different separation like this between them. But anyways, you guys, I think I'm going to get the hell out of here. 10:30. Hope you guys found the show interesting. Thanks for all the callers in there. Appreciate it. Yeah, let's go up here. Wow, we got a lot of things in here. So we have Layla, new member. Wendy Woobles gifted a membership. Actually, I put them on the screen. Layla, what kind of dog is that, by the way? Looks like looks like a boxer. Like what are those called? Hell, I can't remember. Then Wendy Woobles. Then we have We Are Their Voice. Did a new member. And then we have Michelle Imhausen. Or Imhausen. Or not Munchausen. I'm not Munchausen. I'm Hausen. And then we have Michelle, Paul Marino. He said, your proof of where he parked back there, excellent. Then we had CR, who got her mug. Boo-hoo, I showed it. Oh, that was this one. And then Marcy Gilmore, I'm here for the consistency and how much you put into each live. You amaze me with your mad skills. Well, thank you. Wow. And then Kelly Snyder gifted 5 memberships. Then Boo Sheet, as in, BS, Then CR gifted 5. Then we had Wendy Woobles. Then we had Startup Lab. And then, let's see. Tracy. I always have to pause and read it again. Then Dale Gallio. Hope she feels better. And Victoria H gifted a membership. And Kay Miller, look at that, 20. I think she did 20 on the live, the other show today. That's amazing. Thank you. And then Michelle Imhausen. Or Imhausen. And Alley Cake gifted a membership. Thanks, Alley Cake. Alley Cake's always all of a sudden, in the middle of the slowness, Alley Cake will go, hey, Gray, here's something. I mean, it's so cool. Sometimes it's just dead as a doornail, and there it is. Whoa, it's Mark Willis. Hey, you never sent me you got to send me an email on those baits you were talking about. This is for today and tomorrow, fishing a tournament at Lake Oroville. Oh, sweet. Excellent. Thank you. Yeah, send me an email, though, with the baits. Remember, you were going to give me those little swim baits that you were using? Okay, cool. Awesome. I haven't been able to fish, though, because of my stupid foot, but hopefully that gets better. And then Michelle, again, appreciate all that you do, Gray. I'm never watching Hung again, whatever the hell that means. Hung over again. And then Tara became a member. Very cool. Hard to tell there. Then we've got, is she gifting it or became a new member? And then there's another one that's the same. And then Ron Hendricks gifted a membership. Gloria Batari, Alley Cake, Lexi Staff from Australia. Then we got Dennis Sanchez. Britta Nord was thinking his car looked dirty, torn apart in photos because it had been forensically processed. Right. That's what it seemed like, too. But remember how Bill Thompson mentioned that he literally took it apart? Maybe they realized that once they opened it up and it was so clean everywhere inside that normally would have dirt. That's kind of what he said. If you send me an email, Mark, I'll just send you my address. So send me an email, I'll just send you my address. Oh, wow. That's awesome. Yeah, cool. Yeah, send me an email, and then I'll just send you my address. Sarah Wu became a member. And Esther M. enjoyable to have call-in night. Then we had Anonymous gifted 1. Then Kim, I have compassion for BK's sisters. Yeah, me too. And they have to live the rest of their life with that. And they shouldn't have to. And then We Are Their Voice again. And then we've got Stephanie Sprague, the girl, Grant, who called in. And then Deidre Gambrell, Christopher Marshburn. He called in. And then also Michelle H., Britta Nord, Todd Tucker, Allie K., Anonymous. No one should give up their entire life at the age of 30 with no chance of appealing if they're innocent. Right. Exactly. Violet Blaze. And we got This Account. And Deidre Gambrell gifted 5 memberships. And juror number 13 sent in 3 after I was mean by saying we don't use words like unalived. K-Me, Wendy Woobles, M10, I'll Ride the Wave, Mrs. W, then Laura. She says in the body cam that the most confusing thing was that he looked at her and walked by. If he was a murderous intruder, then why would he walk by her passively? Because he had to get the hell out of there. His time was running out. The dog was barking. I think Murphy might be responsible for saving Dylan's life, actually. Carrie Summers. And then Fitz. I mean, next time if she ever sees Murphy again, she should give him a big hug, because his barking and barking and barking really put a clock, started the ticking. You see it over here on the screen. It's still over here on this screen, although it's underneath the, you could just barely see it there for a second. But yeah, right up here, if I can move that up. Right there. See, all of this stuff here is barking, and that's why he had to get the hell out of there. Mama Mo. Thank you. Right Meow. Then we have Michelle Thomas. Michelle Thomas gifted a membership. Then we had 5 more by the girl. Then Regina. And we went over that little light. And then AL became a YouTube member. Justin Motocross. Clickety clankety clickety clank. Then M10 gifted a membership. Then Justin Motocross gifted a membership. We were trying to get that 6 in. And Tagirl gifted 1, and then I gifted 5 because of that. And then MM. But Gray, why can't I whine about that? And then Justin Motocross, the tea is boiling. And then Christopher Marshburn became a member. All right. The assistant DA, did he call it? Became a channel member. Those are usually what are called prosecutors, right? Like I remember when I worked in New York, there's like the district attorney, and then there's prosecutor types, or they were called. They're the ones that go to the trials and do the trials. I don't know. It was when I went to New York. That's how it went. So, anyways, all right. So, and then we've got Aaron Elliott, and then Justin Motocross, Merry Band of Elves to the Elantra Convention. They were probably singing like the Lollipop Guild while they were in the Elantras, these merry band of elves. That's amazing. And then Kira, and then Tagirl again, 5 more. Look at Tagirl, man. Very generous. Thank you so much. Then Justin Motocross. Stephanie Sprague calling the kitchen about your missing items on your tray. This is when I was in prison. Jessica Schubach, towards bail. Justin Motocross got me a burner phone. M10 sent me I'll send you coffee for missing items. I don't see a coffee though. Did you send me a coffee? I don't see it. Or maybe that's you. Is that you? The other name? Maybe that's you. Actually, I can see that being you because it has sort of similar. That is you. That's awesome. So thanks, M10. I can see how that matches that other name. Didn't realize that. Interesting. And then let's see. Kaylee, Bale, Stephanie made you snort laugh. Then Solely Biker, here's a complaint form for you to fill in. Big Hawaiian Tony wants to dance with you later. Shit. Then Justin Motocross. Dirty Cash. And to get you the next time you reoffended. Oh, boy. Bar of Soap. Yep, that goes right. Matches well with the Tony comment above, doesn't it? I needed a rope for the soap. Thank you again for all your hard work on this case. Really appreciate you. That's Regina. Then we got Love Boston. I was out of prison at this point. Then Kira. Thank you. Then Justin Motocross. Stella Roskins. Or Roskins. Lisa Rainwater Seville. What was her answer? Is that her real middle name or anybody remember? And then Mark Willis at the end with a cat eye with looks like about a 6 or 7 or 8 pound bass in his hands there. Trying to support the channel from California today. Missed the show. This is for today and tomorrow. Fishing a tournament at Lake Oroville, California. Nice. Well, is it like a kayaking one? I don't know if they really sell soap on a rope. Oh, she said her and her husband took their names and made a combo. So her last name was Rainwater, huh? It's kind of a cool name. Especially if you live in Oregon. Man, that would have really worked out. Not this year, though. It's today was like 100 or something. Yesterday was 100. Pretty wild. But anyways, thanks everybody for being here tonight. Really appreciate it. I think it's time to go to bed. I got to get my foot raised up again and see what happens tomorrow. Who knows? Well, Native American, that's what I thought. That's what I guessed. Okay, yeah. So your last name is Seville? Seville. Isn't that that's a place, isn't it? Sounds like something maybe like in Italy or something. Las Vegas has seen 0 rain. Well, that's not good. Yeah. All right. Well, thanks, everybody. Hope you guys enjoyed the show tonight. It's kind of long, but I thought we got through a lot of different stuff. Interesting callers. Thanks, everybody who called in. Thank you all for your support. We're making some good headway for the end of this month. Hopefully we can have one of our old school strong months here. Yeah, it was cool. It was fun. So anyways, thanks again, everybody. We will see you tomorrow. Let's see. So how do I do this in here? You got to go up to here. Oh, yeah. And as I always say, until next time, be safe out there. That's my favorite sound effect.
Yeah, I've been doing this true crime thing for quite a while now.
You can't not be here, Lisa.
I have not seen one person.
I'm just kidding.
That is a crime dissector, flag rejector. I'm a certified human lie detector.
I know that. I saw that movie Plan 9.
On a stretcher, if you try and play me like an old projector. Crime sector is my nectar. Professor Grader's gonna give another lecture.
That's a movie, right? Plan 9.
Freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a pup protector.
Fool deflector, interceptor.
And I mean than a spectre with a vector on his pector. With all respect, y'all. Just remember, by the temple fucking check show, I have no agenda. I'm no pretender. And I'll serve it to you straight without the blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal the true offender. Yeah, so I'll just get right back
That's
to
right,
it.
everybody.
All right, everybody.
And be safe out there.